Need to add some music in it. But you're now live. How are you doing? We just talked about the fried chicken, but go ahead and tell us.
Hold on. You're breaking up for me a little bit.
Crap.
All right, there. Sorry, what'd you say?
I was asking how it was great.
It's been pretty good. Counted at least 8 spices, so I didn't get to the full 11 for the chicken, but it was crispy. The crust stayed on, and it wasn't very oily.
That's always a trick to make sure it's not too oily. I actually watched some videos about making fried chicken. I've done it before myself. I have a nice deep fat fryer for that specific thing. But yeah, getting it so that that breading can be quite irritating sometimes.
You want to know a trick that I think worked pretty well with this one?
What's that?
So, what I did was, after I was done cutting the chicken into little bits, because I usually make it like popcorn chicken style, big cubes. And, hold on.
Okay. So we're going to wait for that, and we're going to find out the secret to his
Sorry,
chicken.
I'm back.
No problem.
Sorry, I'm back. So, after the chicken is cubed up, what I'll do is I will put it into a bowl and fill that bowl. Well, actually, it's probably better filling the bowl with the egg wash beforehand. You take the bowl, you put a little bit of cream, and this time around I think I used about 4 eggs and a whisk. And I whisked it up to make enough egg wash to cover all the chicken.
Right.
Then I put all the chicken into that, set it aside, because you want the chicken and the egg wash and all that to kind of get to know each other a bit, so that it adheres a little bit more. Afterwards, I got the bigger bowl and filled that with 1.5 cups of flour and half a cup of cornstarch. I then added my spice blend to that, which was a lot of white pepper and paprika, but there was a lot of other stuff too. After that, I added the chicken piece by piece, gave each handful a few flicks to make sure that I got rid of any excess egg wash off. And after the egg wash is gone, or is flicked a bit, you dump it into the flour mix, give it a good toss or a few times with the other hand. Classic wet and dry maneuver.
Oh, yeah.
And then, after which, I will, after all of the chicken has been properly coated and everything is nice and covered in that flour in the big bowl, I'll set it aside. It should be dry to the texture, but you want to give that moisture time to adhere and form a glue.
Right.
And so far with my chicken experiments, that appears to be the big thing. The cornstarch and setting the chicken aside after the breading has been applied and giving it time. Because I noticed that whenever I go straight from the breading into the fryer, that's when I notice a lot that the breading peels off mid-fry,
Yeah. Yeah, I usually do whole pieces. So I've noticed the best thing to do is definitely to give it that time to rest between the wash and the breading so that the bread actually has a chance to glom onto it. When I'm doing pork chops, I will actually do a cornstarch, egg wash, and then flour or whatever, and then fry it. Because I just find that helps the breading adhere better, giving it that little extra dry something to hold on to.
Right on.
And then, cornstarch is a good breading anytime you want to use that. Yes, D113. Delete. I don't know. I don't put flour or cornstarch into the egg wash. No. Well, I mean, hey, Joker, how you doing? When I do it, let me clear that up. When when I do pork chops, I will cornstarch my pork chops. Then the cornstarch pork chops, I will dust off as much of the breading as I can. Then put it in the egg wash or whatever I'm using as the glue, which, you know, you can use anything really. Any kind of liquid kind of works, but egg wash does work best. And then into the flour. So I guess technically the cornstarch does go in the egg wash, but not like added to the egg wash, you know? Does that make sense?
I know that they do something kind of like that in Korean fried chicken a lot, where they have like a spiced flour blend that has a percentage of cornstarch in there, and they will, rather than having egg wash and then flour dredge, rather what you do is you crack the eggs and add a lot of the moisture into the flour directly to form a sort of batter.
Right. Yeah. Oh, they definitely do a batter one. I've watched some really cool Korean fried chicken that I would like to try sometime in the future, because that stuff looks good.
Oh yeah. Downright delicious.
Doing good, Joker. I hope you're having a good night. We have deleted STI. That makes sense. Okay, cool. Gochujang is great. Yeah. I use the paste in a lot of cooking, but I really love Korean red pepper flakes. Those are amazing. I put them in far too much stuff. But I actually have a really nice cookbook, Korean cookbook I got from one of the YouTubers I watch. Their channel's Aaron and Claire, and he lives in Korea. Oh, well, he is Korean, so that would make sense.
I think I've seen them a few times.
But yeah, I have the recipe for that fire chicken, and I want to make that so bad. But only me and Sheep City can really handle the heat. I have my mother here as well, and while she will eat the hot food, she doesn't necessarily like it.
There was this one time where I was making a lot of curry, and because my girlfriend really likes curry, and I really like curry, we both really like curry. And what I was wanting to do was I was wanting to recreate the curry of life from Anime with Alvin, you know, the Naruto recipe.
I don't know that.
Basically, the whole thing is it's a really spicy curry. Issue came, though, because their recipe for it calls for fermented bean paste. I couldn't find that no matter where I looked in the store. Apparently, there's a Chinese market or something like that, or a Japanese market in town somewhere, but I have no idea where that is. So I supplemented it with fermented chili paste.
Oof.
And I love that stuff, honestly. I don't know if Pat likes it very much, but I love it. And I like to add it whenever I'm cooking for just myself, like a lasagna or something with a tomato based. I will add that stuff, and I love it doesn't taste like overly hyper spicy. It almost tastes more Swedish.
Right.
Yeah, Denmark.
The gochujang is kind of like that. It's not, I mean, it has a heat to it, but it's not like a hot heat, which is nice. It's those pepper flakes that'll get you every time.
Oh yeah.
I made a spicy pork. I don't remember the exact name for it, but it's a spicy pork stir fry stuff. And that's like 2 tablespoons. Well, sorry, no. Properly, it's 3 tablespoons of the pepper flakes. And trust me, you taste every one of those pepper flakes. And it's so good. It is delicious food. But yeah, that cookbook has just all sorts of really good food that I like to try. Tonight, I actually made bulgogi, but instead of using beef, because I had pork stew meat, I cut that up into nice little small pieces and put that in the bulgogi marinade, and it came out really well. So that was a fun thing to do. Um, family enjoyed it, so that's always nice. Fire chicken, I did a half a cup of paste and half a cup of powder. Yeah, that would do it. That would definitely make it nice and spicy.
That does sound quite nice. Now that I have a good recipe for the batter frying process, or not batter frying, now that I have a good recipe for the chicken
Mm-hmm.
process, I'm thinking about getting into the Nashville hot styles because I love me
Mm,
some Nashville hot chicken.
that sounds tasty. I haven't done any of that myself.
There's a funny little urban tale about how Nashville hot chicken was invented. It's probably not true, but it's a funny story nonetheless. The
Mm-hmm.
story goes it was invented when a woman found out her husband was having an affair with another woman and decided to play a trick on him as revenge. So he asked her that she make him fried chicken for dinner one night.
Mm-hmm.
So she poured in a ton of uh, ground peppers and other whatnot, and all the spiciest stuff she could find, only for it to turn and gave it to him with the sauce and all that stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and with the intention of causing him immense agony.
Yeah.
And the story goes he unfortunately found it quite delectable.
I would like to know how much good food is because somebody was literally just trying to be vindictive. I imagine it would be more than we think.
I know that a lot of good food that we love today comes from people being goddamn lazy.
A lot of it comes from people being goddamn poor.
That too.
I mean, when you think about it, the idea of things like biscuits and gravy, look, when you put it together and put it on a plate and you look at it, you're like, this does not look like something people should eat. It looks like a giant mess on a plate, but it is so good. It's also so fattening. But when you consider the time it came from, people who had to go out and work hard all day and needed the calories and the warm food, it makes sense.
Had to work the fields and get the
Hmm.
horses in.
Well, now it's a luxury food, and that's the crazy thing is a lot of those old uh,
Oh yeah,
meals that were literally people just scraping by with what they could get their hands on are now considered luxuries. Like,
lobster,
oh yeah,
salmon.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Now, it costs you an arm and a leg to get a fucking lobster.
I think it's more so just the general trend of handmade food as a whole is just kind of taken that position, and because of how much more prevalent for the low cost masses, um, processed food has kind of taken a prominence.
Well, I mean, it depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for calorie per dollar, your best bet's processed food. Uh, but we don't really live in a world where that's what we have to focus on so much anymore. If we were all third world country, had to work outside every day, walk 5 miles to use the bathroom and all that fun stuff, then we could all eat at McDonald's every day and stay fit. That's not where we live.
Uh, oh damn! On my trip to the bathroom, a rattlesnake came and bit me. I guess I'll die now.
Just read The Curse of Yig last night now on stream, so uh, that's a
I,
fun story about rattlesnakes.
I myself have also been acquiring some old pulp fictions. Not necessarily Lovecraft or Lovecraft inspired, but I picked up a bunch of the works from Robert E. Howard on Kindle,
Mm-hmm.
which has been quite fun. Reading my way through some of that stuff. I'm writing. I'm in the early stages of a project. You see,
Mm-hmm.
it's a kind of a uh, of a idea like The Witcher meets Vikings kind of thing.
Oh, cool. That could be very interesting.
I hope so. I hope so because it's been a long time since I've written anything long form.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even started on the first rough draft.
Yeah. Well, writing is one of those things that takes, you got to do it. Got to sit down and actually do it,
Yeah.
which is why my current short story project is stuck because I haven't sat down and wrote the rest of it. So
Yeah.
I really need to. I know where it's going. I just.
Yeah, same. I know the initial outline of the first story for this. That being, you have the protagonist Grimnir reconnects with an old friend of his from his origin, and they team up to hunt something that roughly resembles a Wendigo.
Mm-hmm.
And we learn about their history together and all that stuff, and what led to Grimnir being who he is then. Originally, I was going to go with the story of starting from the very beginning, where Grimnir and his friend start on their very first adventure journey, but looking through it, not a lot would actually happen for them on that end, and because they're very young, and ultimately there's not a lot that they can do outside of survive and find the teacher,
Right.
who kind of teaches them on, or at least teaches Grimnir the sort of roots of that journey.
That could be fun.
So I'm thinking I'm going to have that part be kind of done through intermittent flashbacks to
Makes
various
sense.
elements of his past, kind of, while the main A plot will be the current hunt, so to speak.
Flashbacks can be a useful tool and entertaining if done right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I'm kind of, it may be better to write a rough draft even if you don't have your details sorted than to wait. But I
Yeah.
only write D&D campaigns, which isn't the same as a longer format story. You're not wrong. My problem is I have a tendency to go back and edit as I write, and that's the worst thing you can do. You
Oh,
get stuck
yeah.
forever. I'm awful that way.
Yeah, premature editing is. Back when I was in more long form writing, I was horrible at that. I would keep doing that. I would rewrite the same page only to realize, oh, wait. Now, because I rewrote the page one out of the 4 pages that I wrote, I have to start over. Shoot.
Hey, hello, Noct. How are you tonight? Knock, knock.
Who's there?
I'm sure he'll be with us in a moment. But yeah, my story is kind of a sideways take on the Lizzie Borden tale. So,
What's the Lizzie Borden tale?
she's the girl who killed her parents with an axe.
Oh, I have vague memories of hearing about that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's she's the one who she killed her parents with an axe, supposedly. Was found not guilty. There's a whole house and everything down south
Oh, yeah.
you can stay in.
Yeah, is that the Axe Murder House?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now it's all coming together.
Yeah, so I thought it would be an interesting idea if I did it with like, so the basic story is this young girl, her parents buy this house and then they bring her home obviously as a baby. And throughout her time growing up, she's constantly seeing this ghost. And the ghost happens to be of a woman who died in childbirth. So as she ages, the ghost kind of becomes more protective of her, while her parents become more upset with her acting out and talking about this imaginary friend they assume.
She's getting a little too, they're in that position where she's getting a little too old to have an imaginary friend, kind of thing.
Right. And then, because the ghost is starting to get jealous because obviously, as a kid grows up, they end up starting wanting to have more of a life outside of this house. And the ghost wants to hold on to her, so the ghost starts doing shit. The parents blame the kid. The kid gets upset. They actually was playing with the idea of putting her on some antidepressants or antipsychotics, and then one day she just snaps and kills everybody. Oh, hold on, might be working now.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Loud and clear, Brendo.
There we go.
You have successfully fixed it.
Yes. A little fiddling with the audio, but I got it.
Just
That reminds me, let's do that. There we go. Now people know who's talking. Fancy. How are you tonight?
I am good. How are you?
I am quite well, thank you. Hey, Mephisto. Mr. Corn? Who's Mr. Corn?
I have no idea, but let me actually throw a link out on my page to advertise the stream.
No, no worries.
Mr. Corn, you say? I think I knew him back in the military. An acting colonel.
Oh, God. Okay. It's going to be one of those nights.
Yeah, I'm afraid you've allowed a demon of dad jokes into your chat.
I'm Ari. Oh, but that's not Mr. Corn. Mr. Corn's downstairs. I think he's actually doing the dishes.
Please, Mr. Corn is his father. Call him Popcorn.
God, no. I think Sheep is pretty bad with the puns himself, so you think I'd get used to it, but no, you never really do.
That's the fun part. You don't.
No.
Especially geology puns, they get taken for granted.
Oh God, not again. Humanity, what am I going to do with you?
Yes, one of my bolder jokes.
Oh God, here you go again.
Hey, you started this. Just happens.
I did not start it.
Do I hear? Do you want?
Be nice.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell it.
Only
I'm not gonna tell
usually.
a joke. I don't think YouTube censors would like it.
Hey, Lico, how you doing? No, that's Mr. Cotton. Picking cotton. Oh, Jesus. Picking cotton. Yeah. He's out picking cotton. I found out I'm allergic to pomegranate seeds. Isn't that great?
Huh?
The irony of it is I can drink the juice. I just can't eat the seeds.
I suppose no great loss.
Yeah, well,
Unless you like pomegranate.
I do actually like pomegranate. It's very flavorful and tasty. And especially when you mix it with other things like blueberry pomegranate juice is delicious.
Oh, wait, am I thinking of the right fruit? Is pomegranate the one that's got like 1 billion seeds inside of it?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah. And normally it's one of those really difficult fruits to eat. With the seed itself, no, you just kind of swallow it. The only thing we really want is the stuff around the seed. But I mean, hey, thanks, Wookie. I appreciate that. Must be the B17 in the seeds? I don't know. Maybe? Because I'm also allergic to the skin of apples and the skin of peaches. Note, I can eat the apples and peaches. I just can't eat the skin.
Oh, God, that's horrible.
It's a very weird allergy.
Well, not the apple. I don't care for apple skins myself, except for one specific breed of apple. But peach skins, those are part of the best part. That's like 50% of the texture.
Yeah, I can live. Well, they won't kill. I don't think they'll kill me. Maybe they'd kill me.
You need to see.
I was very shocked in listening earlier. I'm sorry not to interrupt, but I was very shocked to see that there's somebody that is not familiar with Lizzie Borden.
Right?
That's really, really shocking. But then again, you and I are in the same age bracket, so it might be a generational.
It could be.
Hey, I am a young person who only happens to look 50.
A young person only happens. Thankfully, I look young for my age.
Yeah, that's
How
same.
old are you two?
I am 41.
I'm not.
Oh,
I'm a hair older than her by like 3 minutes, but the people at the local convenience store.
oh, by the gods, yeah, I am significantly younger.
Yeah.
Hooray! Hooray! I finally found a space where I'm not the oldest person.
The only reason I'm not the oldest person in the stream right now is the fact that Wookiee's here. If Wookiee B Bad wasn't here, I would in fact be the oldest. Oh, well, except for Noct, I suppose. He is slightly older than I am. But normally I am the oldest in the group. Yeah, well, thanks, Wookie. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I apparently look only in my 30s.
I'm only
I got
24 myself.
Oh, wow, you're a baby.
Still a pup. But you never heard the nursery rhyme? Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks?
Nope, never heard it.
When she saw the job was done, she gave her father 41.
Yep. Of course, the variation on that's when she saw what she had done, she gave her father 41.
Yeah.
It's slight regional variations of it. But yeah, no, I'm very shocked that you had never heard about this, because growing up, at least in our elementary school, it was like a big deal.
Do you guys live around where that happened or anything?
I do not. No.
Slightly. I mean, it's right next door in Massachusetts, so.
It's all the way over in Massachusetts. We live in Northern County here. The only thing we worry about around here is the mountain lions and forest fires. We're too busy getting burned alive to kill each other.
You have a... Oh, God, Wookie. I almost said that totally wrong, and I stopped myself, thank God. He has a gray bush. That I almost said something entirely different. We're not going to talk about that. Deleted STI is 45. Well, there you go. I think Wookie's still older, though.
Oh, that's older than me, so.
Yeah, like there's in my B group, my D&D B group that I play Pathfinder with. There's this guy named Jared. He sounds like this. He has a really deep voice, and he sounds like he should be like 20 to 10 years older than me. Bastard is only 20.
There are a lot of people like that. It's funny.
I was going through my dad's yearbook from when he graduated in 1962. Every single one of those people, like, they're 18 going on like 48. Every single one. And it seems to be this thing I've noticed where each generation, they look younger and younger and younger to... I just saw my friend's yearbook for his son, and they all look 12.
I believe that's actually not even just like a thing of it's not even like a thing of is a trick of the mind or anything. Like, I think there was a YouTube channel, I want to say it was Vsauce, but I can't remember, that actually did legit like look into this phenomenon and have noticed that it's an actual thing.
Yeah, they seem to think that it's because of basically healthcare improvement. You know, people are exercising.
Less premature aging.
Possibly. Yeah. Yes. Yep.
Well, spending less time in the sun, sunscreen, proper moisturization, access to water. Those all would very much affect
it
aging.
Sounds horrible and burning.
Yeah, well, some people can't go out without burning. Doesn't matter if I wear sunscreen.
What is this out you talk of?
It's that place I have to go in order to make money to afford to be able to do this.
No,
easy or cheap.
No, it's not. But at least it's fun.
That it is.
Most of the time. Every so often. Actually, tonight I was going to play a video game, but I decided,
You guys have Lethal Company?
What?
Go ahead.
No, I said what because I didn't quite hear him. I'm getting
I
old.
said, do you guys have lethal company?
No.
Oh.
Nope. We usually kvetch over on my channel about the state of pop culture and entertainment. Quite candidly so.
Yeah, I usually do that on Wednesday nights, my kvetching. I also do it on Saturday or Monday nights, but that's kvetching about pets. And actually, no, that's kvetching about everything. Come to think about it.
No, we get pretty riled up with whatever controversy of the week pops up on Twitter. So,
Yeah, I get tired of arguing, And yes, you're supposed to moisturize. Moisturization keeps you young.
ooh, that would be my buddy Nufuku Arts, who is he is a fellow Beast Lady aficionado. We stand like She-Hulks and werewolf chicks around here.
Nothing wrong with that.
Well, as you can probably tell by my entire channel branding, we are firmly in position of elf supremacy.
I'm just an eldritch being, so y'all are just going to die before I do. So
Hey, I'm a Lovecraft fanboy myself, so
He has played Sucker for Love at least once, or has seen it.
that was fun. That is a fun little game. I very much enjoyed it. And then a friend gifted me last year. What was it the year before? Cthulhu Saves Christmas. And I'm going to play that this year before Christmas. That is definitely something I'm going to do.
I ran and I've talked about this on my stream many times. So if I can actually have a couple minutes, this is actually kind of a cool story because a lot of people like to talk about how there's hostility in joining like tabletop RPGs, especially with women coming to the table, that it's off-putting, and this kind of goes counter to that. Not that I'm trying to discount anybody's story, but so I just fairly recently graduated with my BA in creative writing, poetry, prose, and screenwriting. And during my time at college a couple of years ago, as a non-traditional student, it was very daunting. And I found out that there was a lot of D&D groups. It was pretty fractured. Each little group had about like 5-6 players, per little like unit. And I would always hear from the different people that they weren't happy in the games that they were playing. A lot of it was you had a lot of these 18 to 20-year-old DMs who hadn't been in the hobby for very long, and they were pretty much making the players act out stories. They were either the stories they were writing and they were passing along, trying to pass off as D&D adventures, or the modules themselves. They would run directly from the modules, and they weren't letting the characters have any freedom. They'd be like, I want to go down this hallway. Well, you can't, it's blocked.
Something stops you.
Yeah, every option the players would throw out, they would totally, like,
It's like playing an open world game, but there's that invisible fucking wall. You can't get past that little fence right there, even though you can hop. You're jumping higher than it, but for some stupid reason, you can't jump over it.
Exactly. So there was some frustration. So
can I get to the mountain, Todd?
Now I know how to run D&D, even though I have nothing to do with the actual D&D hobby itself for quasi-political reasons with the way that Wizards is running things lately. But I told everybody, I'm like, I run a game called Call of Cthulhu, which is a role-playing game that's similar to Dungeons and Dragons. I was like, I tend to run it in modern day. Because it's easier for me because I'm one of those guys. I go all out. I make props. Right. I'll get I'll try and find women friends to like write out notes for me. Like if one of the PCs or NPCs, is a woman, I will hit up one of my friends, say like, hey, could you jot a note for me so that the handwriting looks, feminine? And I'll go out of my way to do props like that. Like if they find a flash
I thought
drive.
he was saying he was a woman.
Oh no, I had some friends in high school and beyond. I learned very quickly in group projects, man or woman, boy or girl, 90% of everyone's handwriting is going to be complete crap and is going to look completely ineligible.
That's the other part of it too. I mean, I print up everything if that I can, but sometimes it hits it'll hit the characters emotionally different if it's actually a scrap piece of paper that they're supposed to find, and it adds that little touch to the game. So I'm one of those guys. I go all out. So I started with 2 people, a boyfriend and girlfriend, a couple. They joined my game. And then they brought along one of their friends. And then the word quickly spread around the campus that there's this guy running this game, and he actually lets you do whatever you want to do in the game. Like, he lets you explore and go off path, and he makes props. So then, literally, over the course of a month, each session, I was running originally on Tuesday nights. It started doubling. So I had 6 players the next session, and then we got all the way up to 14 by the end of the semester. And I started running Tuesdays and Thursdays because I used to have like a 5-hour wait time because I had a friend going through a nursing program, and I would ride to and from campus with him. So that worked out perfectly because his classes didn't get out until 11 o'clock at night. When everything was said and done. So one particular night, we were being a little boisterous, and we were put in we were running in the cafeteria, and then we were told that there was this really nice glass room that we saw, and I thought it was off limits. I thought it was some kind of office because it had like a lot of big wooden nice tables and chairs. And I come to find out that was like the new students' rec room, and nobody was using it. And the guy that was in charge of student recreational stuff came over to me one day, and he's like, "Are you running some sort of game?" And I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "Well, could you do us a favor and run it in the room so that other people see it and they start coming into the room and using it?" And I was
Let people know they can use the room. God damn it!
Yeah, I was like, "Okay, yeah." I was like, "Great." I'm like, "Yeah, totally." And the tables were nice and square, so they were modular. So we could set up we could set it up perfectly. So we set it up I'd set two tables on either side of me, and then we do a whole row of tables going down the center, so that I had this little nook at the very head of it that I could, set up my screen and everything. And on either side of me, I could keep my laptop and then keep all the props and stuff like that. And it worked out great. But anyways, students used to go in there because it was quiet and study. And this one night we were particularly boisterous, and then we would break for about a half hour so everybody could go and get dinner while the cafeteria was still open. And then that would give me a chance to catch up on, my notation and whatnot, and plan ahead for whatever was going to happen in game. And so I stuck around at the table, and I hope this doesn't come across as sounding sexist or anything like that. There's your typical
sexism here.
There's this typical there's your typical current era college student that was raised in the black leggings and the college sweatshirt, hair tied back, your typical college girl that would not have any interest at all whatsoever in any sort of role-playing game, let alone something like Call of Cthulhu or Dungeons and Dragons. But she was studying, and then she got up and walked over to the table, and I, kept an eye on her looking up, and I thought for sure she was coming over to ask us to keep it down or something like that, but she wasn't. She was going around the table looking at everything, and she'd pick up, somebody's dice and look at the dice, and
I would slap a bitch.
Yeah, she'd look at the character sheets, and she was inquisitive. She was curious, and
you don't touch my dice.
So well, yeah. But she wasn't. I was keeping an eye on her. She wasn't like doing anything major. And I looked up and I broke the ice between us, and I was like, if we're disturbing you, we can keep it down. And she's like, no. She goes, I hear like everybody laughing and having fun. I wanted to see what the big deal was. And then I explained to her, I'm like, well, this is a role-playing game. I'm like, you ever heard of Dungeons and Dragons? And she's like, yeah, I've heard of it. And I was like, well, it's kind of like that. I'm like, and I tried to explain as best I could what role-playing was. And then I told her, I'm like, if you want, when we come back, I was like, well, I'll ask the group. I'm like, but I can tell you right now, they're not going to have a problem with it. If you want to sit in and actually see how a game goes, you're more than welcome to. And she's like, yeah, I think I'd like to do that. So she came back, and I told everybody, I introduced her, and I said that she's curious about the game, and she heard us having fun, and she'd like to know more about it. And my friend Olivia, bless her heart, took right to her. She's like, you come sit right next to me. She goes, I'll explain everything. So we went on with the game, and Olivia was very good. She pointed out like what things meant, like whenever I called out perception checks and things like that, she was very good about pointing out what each die does. Which, by the way, I should mention too, I ran the old Wizards of the Coast D20 Call of Cthulhu, not the actual Chaosium version. Although I do have that, and I do run that now. But I used the D20 system because at the time it was a lot easier to teach people, especially with, I think it was 4E at the time, Dungeons and Dragons. Everybody was familiar with, and Pathfinder. So it just made it more accessible to the players.
Yeah.
So the end of the game comes around. We all say our good nights, and and I'm not even joking. That was a Thursday. That following Tuesday, she must have had Amazon Prime.
Mm-hmm.
That Tuesday came around, and she showed up all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and she had a copy of the book that she ordered.
Nice.
And she was like, do you guys have room for one more player? And I was like, absolutely. And she even had made a character in between this time.
Oh, wow.
And she ended up total stranger, never role played before in her entire life. Simply heard us having fun, came over. I'm sure it helped that I had 3 other girls playing at the table. You know what I mean? So it wasn't totally intimidating to her with like a whole bunch of men. But she came over of her own recognizance, and we ended up making she ended up becoming like one of the best players of the entire group.
Nice.
Like she jumped right into it.
I was kind of expecting that story to end in some kind of horror nonsense.
No, actually, that I might get a little emotional talking about it. That campaign ran 2 years. That ran my last 2 semesters of the game, and everybody showed up diligently to every single game. And there was one girl there. Her nickname was Kat, short for Catherine, and her boyfriend and I made a run to McDonald's one day to pick up some stuff during our break session. And when we were in the car driving randomly, he's like, I just want to let you know. He goes, I don't know if I should tell you this or not, but he goes, this game is Kat's entire world right now. I'm like, she hates all her classes. Your game is the only thing she looks forward to every Tuesday and Thursday. And I didn't know how to respond to that. How do you respond to that? It's like, well, I'm just doing this for fun. But she was totally like, it was her world. And at the very end of the semester, when we wrapped up everything, one of the plot points of the game was they were going to meet at this grand ball where the people were going to be sacrificed to the monster down in the pit that was this Eldritch thing. And I came in, and this was totally unexpected. It totally blew my mind. So I come in on this on this game expecting to set up, and they've already set up everything. They've got the table set up and everything, and my Nook is already made at the table. But what was what was off was that they had a table off to the side, and there's all these party trays, the foil trays,
Right.
and they were all wearing their prom dresses or nice dresses of sorts. So they were like, well, we figured since it was going to be at a ball, we'd actually throw a ball. And they were all like, this is a thank you to you for running this game for 2 years. And they had catered food brought in, and they made an actual like ball
Aww.
out of it. And they all the girls got dressed up in their, like I said, they all like went home for the weekend, got their prom dresses, or they went out to the thrift stores and bought the nicest dress they could find,
Yeah.
and
You can find actually some really good dresses.
and
Pretty inexpensively.
some of them bought their boyfriends, and they were in shirts and ties, and I was there in my just my regular jeans and my flannel shirt. I'm like, I'm not dressed up.
I feel left out.
Yeah, they're like, we kept it a secret. We wanted it a surprise, and I was like, well, it worked. And I just thought that I've never had a game before or since like that. So long story short, I've rambled here for like 20 minutes, but that's my Call of Cthulhu story. And
That's a sweet story.
It's a good story, though. I mean, people really underestimate how much tabletop gaming can bring people together. I mean, I am old, and I learned not from my peers, but from my parents. So
my parents did not like D&D. They could have cared less. They thought it was the cartoons, comic books. They hated all of it. They couldn't understand my interest in it, and never will.
I took sheep out into the garage because I wanted to dig out my old box of stuff. So I have literally Dragon magazines older than I am. I have the first edition books, and they're all in nearly perfect condition except for the player's handbook, which the cover fell off for some reason. And yeah, so this is that my mom used to play. I have old characters of hers that she wrote out. I learned to play when I was like 4. But that's the kind of household I grew up in. So when other girls talk about being,
Othered.
othered in gaming and nerd culture, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Because I grew up in this shit. I have never. I take that back. There are, in fact, men who have tried to bully me or otherwise, but in my experience, if you show men that you are not going to take their shit, they back off.
I've never actually seen it in, and this is all anecdotal. I am not trying. This is. I understand that this is like my story. This is my, this is my life, not anybody else's. So I'm not trying to step on any listeners' toes or anything like that. Anybody that could be listening. So I'm not trying to discount anybody. So this is all anecdotal. But every role-playing group I've been in, every single one, I've never seen anybody clear spots for girls and women that wanted to join faster than any of the people in my groups. Now, some of it, including myself, yeah, we see a cute chick. I'm not going to lie. We kind of hope that, hey, maybe she plays in the game, we'll end up hooking up, be boyfriend and girlfriend. I don't think that that's obnoxious, because how different is that from a lot of the girls that have the fantasy of meeting a guy at a bookstore? You know what I mean? Or, what other hobby that they partake in.
And that's the thing that gets men a bad rap are the awkward, pushy guys, the stereotypical nice guys or neckbeards or whatever you want to call them. And somehow they come to represent all of nerddom. Again, as a person who has been involved in nerddom all my life, yes, a lot of nerds are very awkward.
Yes.
To put it kindly.
Well, you're absolutely right. I've put it a little more bluntly. These hobbies, comic books, tabletop role playing, board games, miniature wargaming, all these hobbies, at least prior to current era, they attracted and I hate using this term because I just can't think of a better term to use. They attracted the incels. They attracted the not too sociable types that, had stunted social skills, or, they didn't have many friends, so they didn't know, what was appropriate and what wasn't appropriate to say. And I'm not dissing them per se, but these hobbies attracted a lot of people with, little to no social tact or etiquette, and just didn't have a lot of, socialization. And that's understandable to a certain extent. Where I find that most of the people have been put off hasn't been in the actual games.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, those games might have had one or two people in them that, you had to take aside, and you had to be like, what you just said was, kind of rude, and they had no aware of it. They had no self-awareness. It's more of like the gaming shops, like the comic shops, because those places, for whatever reason, they tend to hire those people, because those kinds of people, they know the product, they know it in and out.
And they're the ones who are going to be
really the only job that'll hire them too.
That's the only job that'll hire them, and that's where you get like the true gatekeepers. Like, they act like they're gatekeeping to every customer that comes in, and it's not just women that get treated like crap by them. Everybody. I've got horror stories of just about every single comic shop that I frequented, where they just talked down to me and treated me like crap and critiqued like my pull list when they were checking me out. And at one point, I put my hand on my comics as the guy was flipping them to ring them out. And I was like, could you please do this silently? I was like, until I leave the store, because I really don't need you critiquing every single one of the comic books that I'm buying and reading.
Right.
Because he had something to say. He's like, oh, you like Daredevil? This artwork's so shitty in this. Oh, you're reading the silly retake of Spider-Man? I wouldn't even wipe my ass with this. Like, every single one of my comics, he had a comment on. And it was just, and I don't, when you like get past the age of 30, you stop caring about how you come across.
Oh my God, yes.
And really, you sir, I can't wait to hear your riveting commentary about my products.
Yeah.
Nonsense, yeah.
And I guess I'm lucky in that I was kind of raised with the attitude of, I can do this if I want to, and fuck you. So, I mean, I have never in my life been in a situation where someone's plausibly said to me, you can't do that. And I looked at them and said, you know what? You're right. I can't. Fact of the matter is, I can. And you can't stop me.
Yeah, usually my response is, watch me.
Sir, you can't do that. Get down from there.
And
watch me. No, don't jump.
The scary thing is you tell me I can't, and I'm just going to do it harder.
I mean, I even do that in the role-playing games when on those few occasions where I can
local 24-year-old wacko fell to his death after a horrible miscommunication about his capability of flight.
Joker J. I don't get the people that constantly say their opinion on everything. This is one of my biggest pet peeves on Twitter, and it makes me twitch every single time I'm on here, because I can't make one thread. I can't tweet something about something that I enjoy without there being at least one person that chimes in with, no, it sucks, I don't like it.
I feel like this is where I was blessed with a little brother, because of having to deal with him constantly throughout my life. I just ignore those people.
I wish I could. I mean, we've been mutuals now for a little bit, so.
Well, you had me blocked at one point for some reason.
You had me blocked?
No, you had me blocked. I don't know why. It
must have been friendly fire. That happened. Yeah. Believe it or not, that happens more often than you realize.
Yeah. Because Ghost House, I was talking about people to be on our Wednesday night show, and he'd mentioned you, and I went to look you up, and I'm blocked.
Oh, Ghost House. I had Ghost House accidentally blocked one night.
Oh shit! Seriously?
Yeah. It was all one big misunderstanding. And it had absolutely nothing to do with him. It was somebody that had a name similar to him.
Yeah.
And
Wow, I can't believe you participate in it. Cancel.
So no, I profusely apologize.
Oh, I'm not even up. I'm just teasing you. So I'm
To
not
an
even
extent,
bothered.
to an extent, this is more of a sorry, not sorry
Oh,
apology.
okay. That's
Even though
fine.
I really am sorry, but at the same time, I'm not sorry. I get into so many. You guys don't understand how badly I've been dogpiled
Oh,
on Twitter from day one. It's
yeah.
been so when I was under my real name as a fledgling author
Oops.
5 years ago. That I don't know if you guys remember when the F1 Grid Girls controversy happened.
Vaguely.
Vaguely,
Yeah.
So, in a nutshell, the F1 Formula One racing basically said overnight, yeah, we think it's sexist. We've got girls scantily clad. We're going to end that position, and they fired them all without warning.
I'm sure those sexy girls were very unhappy to lose their
I'm
jobs.
sure it was totally a social position and not at all a greedy corporation trying to get rid of people because they were asking for too much money.
Those girls, a lot of them were the breadwinners of their families. Like they had children and husbands, and they were the ones that were,
yeah, they're the one providing.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you think keeping that figure is easy, you're insane.
And I spoke up on their behalf about it because all of book Twitter, which is very liberal, like any other arts,
that's what I've heard.
They were all for it. They were all like, "Yeah, do away with sexy, objectifying costumes and get that out of there. We don't need that." And I spoke up on their behalf, and I got dogpiled. They actually. So they went to my Facebook and they stalked my Facebook profile. And then one of them actually found my job from high school at the hardware store.
Oh no!
Oh my
God! Did they try to do the nuclear option?
They did, and I only found out about it when my parents called me to tell me. They're like, "We got a call from the store you worked at like 18 years ago," and I was like, "What?" And they're like, they said the manager left a number with them. He said, "Please have me contact them." So I contacted them, and they were like, "Yeah, we've had several people call." They said over this week, letting us know that we've hired a sexist, homophobic Trump supporter who's, they're going to take their business away from us. And the manager laughed, and he's like, "This guy hasn't worked here in like 16 years."
Right.
That's funny.
It's one of the blessings of being self-employed. You can find out who I am. You can call my boss. I'm just going to laugh at you. You can call the business I work for or work with. They're just going to laugh at you.
Did they actually explicitly say like Trump supporter in that?
Yes. And this was all speculation on their part because I never at any point put my political affiliation or.
What the hell does F1 racing have to do with Trump support?
Because I stood up for the girls and so now here's a flip side to that. Last year, do you guys remember the Hooters thong debacle when Hooters debuted a new uniform and it was a thong?
No, I don't remember that. I don't pay attention to Hooters. I don't like their food.
So the Hooters girls had a uniform change and it was all over the news. Basically, it was the shorts were more high riding in the back and it resembled a thong. So it showed more.
That sounds uncomfortable.
Yeah,
and they tried to say it was going to be mandatory going forward. And I spoke up on behalf of the girls, of the Hooters waitresses. I'm not gonna lie, I've got a lot of good memories of going to Hooters because I got a friend that it was a ritual with us whenever he was in town.
Nothing wrong with that.
So, but I spoke up in defense of the girls and I said they should not be forced to wear this. And then I had a lot of my, I don't want to say right wing, but more of my conservative circle friends that I run with, a lot of the people that are in Comicsgate, they jumped on me for being a filthy liberal and that I was, Trojan horse because, God damn it, those girls have to wear the thong.
The irony of a conservative being upset that a woman's not showing her entire ass is just very amusing to me.
No nuance in corporate bootlickers.
Yeah. And I even stated, I said, I said, here's the solution to this problem. If they want to make it mandatory for all new hires, because those girls know what they're signing up for when they apply for the job. I'm like, make it mandatory for new hires. Anybody that you've hired prior to this, to this uniform, give them the choice. Because let them wear the old uniform that they're comfortable with, or if they want to wear the new one, let them. I'm like, easy solution. But because I said that, I was liberal, I was Democrat, I was, in bed with AOC. It was the flip side of the coin. There's no winning on either side of these issues.
There really isn't. They lack.
What a horrible thing to accuse someone of doing.
Right.
AOC.
Right. Who would want it? Ugh. But yeah, both sides.
Claiming you're in bed with Clinton.
Oh God.
I'll leave it to your imagination which one.
Either one is bad. It doesn't matter.
Either one is horrible, and I don't want either one of them, but at least I think I would get more stimulating conversation out of Hillary than I would AOC.
I wouldn't put money on that, but imagine if it was Chelsea.
But if I said no, I don't want to be suicided either. So.
Right.
Personally, I would go with Clinton, and I do mean Bill.
Yeah, there's nuance is something lost on so many people.
Disdain for Hillary.
Yeah, you could bond over disdain for Hillary. I mean, but then again, you would think anybody could bond over disdain. Even the Democrats don't actually like Hillary. So.
No, you can't say that, or else you're sexist.
Right. And that was the one thing that I had a discussion with my friend during that election. And I love her, but the girl's a diehard Democrat for whatever godforsaken reason that I can't figure out. And to be clear, I'm not a Republican either. So
I'm a centrist.
I'm a anarcho-capitalist. So I say you burn down the whole government, toss it out, and move on.
I'm a syndicated libertarian.
I'm not opposed to that. I'm not opposed to that idea, to be honest with you. But no, people, when I tell people I'm centrist, and then they like to trot out you're a fence sitter. Oh, you don't get involved. Oh, you're a coward. I'm like, no, because I actively vote. I don't vote on party lines. That's right. I've got a brain. I listen to everybody, and whoever I think is going to do the best job, I'm going to cast my vote for. They might be Republican. They might be a Democrat. They might be independent libertarian. It doesn't matter to me as long as they demonstrate they can do the job and do the job competently.
Right.
I'm like, I'm not tribal. I prefer critical thinking. I listen with my heart and I think with my brain, and that's how I make my decisions.
I, for one, disagree wholeheartedly. I think we need the government to be completely tribal. We'll have every one of the members of Congress and every political party on an island. And then there'll be a host who has challenges for them. And then they will vote amongst themselves who will be eliminated via tribal council.
You're not going far enough. I want you to do this, but I want it to become Lord of the Flies.
No. We have to make it publishable for TV.
No. You see what you do is you do all that stuff, but when they vote the one off, you put them on this little dais, and then you pack a bunch of TNT under it, and then you light the fuse with their torch, and you film that, and then you sell it later.
The host guy who says, "I'm sorry, Senator McKinley, you've been voted off of Survivor." What?
Oh, yeah. I'm okay with this idea. Yeah, let's do that.
I'm not against it.
I'll be honest. When I was younger, I used to think that in order to be a member of government, you should have to be shot with rubber bullets on your way into the building every day.
I will say this, okay? I'll be honest on here. They were they were half right. They just didn't know it because I never stated it. I'm stating it now. Yeah, I did vote for Trump. And the reason why I voted for Trump was because he came in not as any sort of elected official, came in as a private businessman. That proved that the founding fathers knew what they were doing. The founding fathers of this country, it was never meant to be, a career. You're supposed to come from whatever you did in life, do it as your civic duty, do your job, and then you went back to whatever your livelihood was. meant to be a career.
Absolutely.
For that reason alone, it was worth it for me to bring in Trump to shake the system up, because I was tired of career politicians playing these games, nonstop.
I,
I
for
get
one,
it.
voted Gary Johnson solely so I could have the bumper sticker "Feel the Johnson."
I couldn't vote for him. He after Bill Weld said that shit about Hillary and everything. I couldn't. As much as I try to support the Libertarian Party in most cases, I just could not do it.
Yeah,
Not
you
in
did
good
have a
conscience. And so I voted Trump. And he wasn't the worst president. He wasn't the best president, but it is what it is. And honestly, he was better than Biden. So there's that. I've got to step away for just a moment, guys. So if you want to powwow amongst yourself, I will be right back.
Sure.
I'll begin then. Powwow, powwow, powwow. I assume this is what is meant by powwow. Alright.
Or you can talk like the cows from South Park. Moo moo, moo 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 moo, moo.
Moo, 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 moo.
That was Carl, my bad. Moo moo.
Moo, 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 moo. Moo.
Or the Ack from Mars Attacks. Actually, my girlfriend and I'm dating myself as to how old I am now. My girlfriend and I went and saw that in high school, and we were dying at the scene in Mars Attacks when the Martian was running around with a box as he was shooting people, but it was saying, "Don't run away. I am your friend.
I am your friend.
Harm you." Yeah, I will not harm you.
After they stole the translation box thing.
I had
no idea Mars Attacks was based on a line of playing cards.
Not playing cards; they were trading cards. So I'm actually a big fan of this property. So they noticed a decline in baseball cards. Topps did, and they wanted to do something to freshen up the line. And somebody suggested they do rock and roll cards, because rock and roll was like the big thing at the time, like Elvis Presley and other emerging.
If they did that today with like heavy metal, I would buy the shit out of those.
That is a good idea, actually.
I'll trade your Rob Halford for one Ronnie James Dio.
They we'll have a talk. We'll have a talk in the private chat. I've got some stuff that you'd be interested in about Ronnie James Dio. Because the dude rocks, but besides the point. So they vetoed the rock stars, but then War of the Worlds had come out, and they were like, "Oh, well, kids are into space aliens and space monsters," and they got together with some of the EC Comics people, and they were like, "Why don't we do a trading card set based on aliens coming from outer space to invade?" Like the original name for it was just called like Space Invasion or Invaders from Space, and then they changed it later on to Mars Attacks. And yeah, they did this line of cards. They sold out like their first, I don't know how many printings, like their first 4 or 5 printings. They were just literally flying off shelves. And then they had to quit because parents' rights groups started objecting to them because of how gory they were. Parents' rights groups.
At that time, a plague unto our civilizations.
So I've managed to make connections and friends with a lot of the dudes that made a lot of the 80s cartoons. 1 second. Hey, have a good evening, Nufuku Arts. I will catch up with you in DM, and we'll talk shop more, dude.
Bye, Nufuku Arts. You have a good one.
So I've had the privilege of making these connections with a lot of these writers and artists that worked on the bulk of the cartoons that came out in the 70s and 80s, primarily the 80s.
You had an artist who worked on the Incredible Bulk.
Actually, yeah. The cartoon, anyways, the '82 cartoon.
No, not the Incredible Hulk. The Incredible Bulk. It's a.
Oh no, not the Incredible Bulk. No, I seriously did thought you said Hulk. So I got a little excited because that was actually one of my favorite of the Marvel tunes of that era. Well, I'll use that as a perfect example. So when I was talking with Flint Dilley, we were talking about a lot of the restrictions that they had in the '80s due to standards and practices. Each network had their own one of the big three: ABC, NBC, and CBS.
Right.
And when they did the Hulk cartoon, it was almost impossible to get it on the air because of all the restrictions that the executives put in place. They said, like, if you go through the story Bible, the Hulk was not allowed to punch anything.
What?
If he had to like go through a wall, he had to do it with like a splayed hand. He wasn't allowed to hurt people.
Oh, man.
Like, he could pick people up, but he could not slap, punch, hit any person. They said Bruce Banner, when he turned back into the Hulk, he could not be shirtless, which I never understood because you would see him like grow out through his shirt, like, you know, his typical Hulk outs. They had no problems with that, but it was when he was just like the dude, the guy, Banner, for whatever reason, that was considered nudity, and that was a big no-no. So the '82 cartoon has the oddity of when he turns back into Banner, his clothes magically like reappear and come back. And then Flint was taking he was smoking during our chat, and he took a puff off his cigarette, and he goes, "You're doing the Hulk, but he can't punch anything." And I'm like, "Yep, that was in the story Bible." Now, he came from the world of G.I. Joe, which was also at the time done by Marvel.
Mm.
And when Flint joined G.I. Joe, Steve Gerber pitched it to him. And this was how excited they were for G.I. Joe. This in the actual phone call pitch that Steve gave to Flint, he goes, "When we write stories," he goes, "we can actually have a good guy punch out a bad guy."
Oh, shit.
Like with a fist. Like, that was a big deal to them because at the time you couldn't do that on regular like TV.
Right.
So G.I. Joe became like the show everybody wanted to work on because you could show the fighting. You could show a guy aim a gun at a person, and even though they'd miss, you know, and it was a blue laser. But G.I. Joe was pretty groundbreaking for when it came out because of all the things they were able to skirt. You know, the censors, because it was syndication. Syndication, you make your I'm sure Emirati, you know what syndication is. I don't know if Goblin does. Back in the day when there used to be like little mom and pop TV stations around that would be affiliated with the big networks, they would run programming that they bought like as packages,
Right.
which is where syndication comes from.
Yeah.
So, like in the '80s, a majority of these cartoons we had, if they weren't on Saturday mornings, they were on weekdays. And the weekday cartoons were what they called syndicated packages, which meant Hasbro and then Marvel, whoever was making the cartoon, would make the entire series up front. They would front all the costs up front and make the show, and then they'd sell it, you know, to these stations, these affiliates, and they'd be like, "Here's G.I. Joe. You can play G.I. Joe at, you know, 3:30 or 4:30 in the afternoon," and that's how they made their money back, was by selling it in these package deals.
Yep.
And the cool thing about syndication is that you make the product, and then they either buy it or they don't buy it. You don't have to worry about censoring it. You know what I mean? Like, they buy it as is.
At least not as bad, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they still had censors. They still had censors. Flint said they still had people that would come in and they would, you know, they would just do a look over it, and then they'd be like, "Well, you might not want to."
The FCC
give
was
them
still a
some
bitch to some degree, yeah.
Yeah. But it was a lot more freeing than the big three networks, for sure.
Yeah. It's like the difference between being on broadcast television and cable back in the day. On cable, you could get away with so much more than you could ever on broadcast television. So you got to hold that. That's kind of like when Cartoon Network and stuff really took off because their cartoons could include things that the others couldn't. So.
The early '90s, the Cartoon Network and all that was like when you had the Powerpuff Girls and Dexter and all that stuff.
Oh, those cartoons are great, though. They wouldn't fly today.
No, they wouldn't.
No.
The woke mob would have a field day with them.
They would also miss the point, like they did with Powerpuff Girls' reboot.
I mean, they still miss the point.
They got rid of... Didn't they get rid of a bunch of characters in the Powerpuff Girls reboot? Like Miss Sarah Bellum and all that?
Yep.
Yeah.
I didn't watch the reboot, so I have no idea.
Yeah, apparently Sarah Bellum, who the joke was against sexism, they felt was sexist because they completely missed the point that, yes, she's the secretary, that the joke is she's not a sexist caricature because she's the smartest asshole of the show.
Well, I mean, for the love of God, her name is Sarah Bellum. That is a lobe of the brain. So what's your problem, you morons?
That's actually the part of your brain that does critical thinking.
So, not surprised.
Yeah,
did they keep Mojo Jojo?
Who was my favorite character? I might add.
I have no idea, honestly.
Him and I love was Mandark. Mandark was
Mandark. No, Mandark was Dexter's Lab. Yeah.
Dexter's Lab.
All I can really remember of the reboot is that there was a guy who was an artist on the show who had a self-insert character who was also a love interest for one of the girls, and there was something to do with an LSD panda that made the girls twerk.
More you.
And
please stop talking about this because you're going to make me mad.
You see, I'm not mad just because I'm never going to watch it. So
something about I'll be honest, I think my brain has kind of blocked all that out for the most part.
That's probably the wise decision on your brain's part. Let's face it, nobody needs this. That's I mean, the original was amazing. It was very empowering for girls. And at the same time, very sweet.
Mover and shaker for the animation industry because of how it managed to... It paved the way for a lot more violence and action in children's programs.
I didn't remember it being that particularly violent, really.
Yes, I don't remember it being violent either.
Girls? It was...
I mean, it wasn't any more violent than other shows I'd watched.
Yeah, it was cartoon. It was there was violence, but it was highly stylized, exaggerated cartoon violence.
Yeah.
So I posted a couple days ago about because I just picked up Thundar the Barbarian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, and I did some digging around about the background of that show.
Mm-hmm.
That was like the #1 top-rated cartoon for ABC at the time.
Oh, wow.
They were drawing in their primary audience was 18 to 40-year-old men, and it was primarily college students that were tuning into it every Saturday morning. And it was yanked, and I couldn't understand why. Parents' rights groups complained because that show was just too rugged and masculine at the time. If you watch it, the character, just about every episode, somebody asks him to do something, and he'll just go, "Bah, that's woman's work."
This all just gave me a horrible idea for what I think would be an awesome Adult Swim cartoon.
She wasn't a barbarian, so what they expect?
A parody of these overly sanitized parent network cartoons for the because they did this with a lot of stuff that was not meant for kids, like RoboCop and such. A parody of one of these for Friday the 13th. I could totally see it in my head and everything. Just all these weird stipulations. Jason can't stab anyone. He can't kill anyone.
Yeah, that sounds sounds about right.
We can't have Jason ever take off his mask because we can't have any depiction of crippling disability or anything of that nature.
Oh God.
You see, I never thought Jason was disabled. Like when I was a little kid, number one, we'd go to like the video store and we'd see the Friday the 13th movies on the shelf, and that was like, like you had the other monster movies, but you saw that and you were like, oh, that's the heavy shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's the shit we can't watch, because of how violent and the rumor from other friends that had watched the other kids. And then
I grew
you
up in
watch
an entirely different situation, apparently.
Yeah, I grew up in a very different environment because I grew up early 2000s. When I was a little kid, I had all of those movies, and I loved them. My favorite movies as a little kid were Jason and Jeepers Creepers. That was a big...
that dynamic did change. That dynamic did change.
So
and
interesting hearing about like these old, how things used to be. To me.
Well, the funny thing is we're about the same age. I was the kid telling you how scary it was because my parents let me watch it.
There were those two types. You had the parents who let the kids watch it, and then you had the parents who didn't. Now, I'm the outlier. I had the parents that would let us watch within reason R-rated stuff. They didn't care about violence. They mostly cared about boobs, which I thought was weird that they were okay with me watching RoboCop when he gets, all blown apart. But they had a hissy fit if, heaven forbid, I accidentally, was in the room during Porky's.
No, you see, my parents just watched to make sure that there wasn't anything that they were concerned. Like they wouldn't let me watch The Good Son because they were worried I might try to kill my brother.
There was one thing though, as a little kid, because I didn't get the Friday movies in order. I loved Jason and his design and his clever kills. I loved all that before I saw the first one. I got the first one eventually though, and I was like, "Where's the Jason? Where's the Jason? There's no Jason."
Oh, you just remind me. I totally forgot. I realized I never got to my point. Well, my point with Jason was I never saw him. I never knew until I got older, and I, realized there's an actual lore to, Friday the 13th. About how, he drowned and his mom got revenge.
Well, and he was
all
the
that
special child.
I never knew that. I always just assumed he was a goblin.
Hey!
I mean, I get it, but yeah.
I just assumed he was like, a creature like that. I never, knew when I was a little kid. I never knew that, he was in a special ed class. I just assumed he was, like I said, just, a monster, for lack of a better term.
He wasn't in a special ed class. He was homeschooled for most of his life. The fact that I know
he
more honestly telling about my weird ass obsessions. Because shocker of all shockers, the Friday the 13th lore is not very highbrow.
Nope, really.
And I, for some ungodly reason, have it in my repertoire of lores I know way too goddamn much about.
I will say that
I even know his father's name. His dad's name is Elias.
Yep.
I will say that. You're I do not
know. The only thing I can tell you, because I'm not into slasher movies as a general rule, and I've only seen like the first few of these movies.
Most of them are complete trash past the point, yeah.
It's so funny.
I can tell you that they lose the early, like I would say the first 3 or 4 have dubious merit at best, but I will tell you, at a certain point, they switch the filming locations from the East Coast to the West Coast, and the movies take on a completely different tone.
Oh yes, I know the one that you're. Yeah, I know the exact one where they do that actually.
Yeah, because the early ones, if you've been here, because I live on the East Coast, so
the early ones were filmed in East Coast areas. I believe it was with Friday 13th, A New Beginning, where they started moving into California because some of the shots there with the hillbilly kid, with the hillbilly family specifically, Those ones were filmed, I believe, in LA-ish area. It wasn't until you got to Friday the 13th Part 7, The New Blood, where it's all in like California.
Yeah, and they take on a different tone because if you've been over on the East Coast, our woods, no matter where you are, New York, New England, New Jersey, they're all fucking spooky. All our woods are terrifying. They're dark, gloomy. They've got a particular feel and look to them. And when they moved to the California area shooting, it all looks like woods out of like fucking fairy tales, like Snow White, and you know, I expect little chipmunks to come up and sit on Jason's shoulder, and you know, stuff like that. It takes on a completely different tone.
I would honestly love it if like we get little brief interludes into Jason's POV of things. That's like the fucking boys, or with that one guy where he just sees all these cartoon characters egging him on as he's doing all this horrible shit.
That'd be funny.
Come on, Jason, stab that bitch.
So you could say they kind of did that with Freddy versus Jason.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
So this is gonna kind of sound like a bummer, and I want to assure you guys it's not a bummer. I mean, it is, but it isn't. So my father just passed away.
Sorry.
The beginning of November. So it's been about a month now, and my buddy was up that weekend to come in check in on me and everything. Now, I had a strained relationship with my father, so it was something that was. It's a gray area for me. I mean, obviously it's my dad, and I love my dad because he's my dad. But you know, on the other hand, there's a lot. Yeah, things could have been a lot better. Strained relationship. But anyways, it was my mom that, if anybody needs to send thoughts or prayers, send them to my mom. You know, and my younger brother. But anyways, we spent it catching up on slasher movies because we wanted something dumb and fun to watch. We watched, and these are recommendations since you guys sound like you like these kind of movies. We watched Freaky. Have either of you seen Freaky yet?
No, I haven't heard of that one.
Okay, so it's a slasher take on Freaky Friday, except instead of the parent, the girl switches places with a serial killer.
Okay, that sounds amusing. I'm gonna have to find that.
Serial killer is played by Vince
Vaughn. Yeah.
Oh shit, it's played by. Okay, yeah. Then I've definitely got to see it.
And Vince Vaughn steals the show, acting like a girl. Acting like a 16-year-old girl, like the way he runs daintily with his hands up, and his voice gets all squeaky. And the girl does a good job too. The girl, I don't want to ruin any. The kills are. This movie had some of the most brutal kills I've ever seen. I am going to spoil the very first one for you so I can set the tone. The serial killer shoves a bottle of wine down a kid's throat and see it bulging in the kid's throat. And then he makes a fist and he punches it and shatters it in the kid's throat.
Okay, that sounds pretty cool.
It's filled with kill. That's only the first one, and it just gets worse from there. And half of them get committed by this cute 16-year-old high school girl, which just makes it somehow like better and worse.
Yeah. I get it. That sounds like a good movie. I will have to check that one out. I love Vince Vaughn. I'm probably one of the few people who actually liked his version of Psycho.
So I'm going to be honest.
You would be the only one.
Probably.
I am not the biggest fan of the slasher genre as a whole. A slasher really has to go above and beyond to really earn my love, and very few of them do. I'm much more of a fan of weird ass avant-garde douchey art horror movies like The Lighthouse and whatnot.
Sounds gay.
I love The Lighthouse so much. But my girlfriend says that exact same thing every time I talk about anything that I'm passionate about. I tell you.
It sounds like you probably have the same relationship me and Sheep City have.
Where do you bully sheep?
Oh, constantly.
Relentlessly?
Oh, yeah.
Then yes.
With love, though.
Yes, with love and something.
I wish somebody was bullying me with love right now.
But yeah,
I mean, I bully all my friends
Like-
with love, if that makes you feel better.
the big reason why, for example, I really like Jason, a lot of that has to do with the semi-comical tone mixed with the later performances by Kane Hodder. He just really sold the show, really stole the whole thing. He didn't have a goddamn line in the entire series until part 9, where he was playing a guard. Yeah.
Oh, the other one I meant to tell you guys to watch. You can. These are both on Prime, by the way. The Freaky is free because right now it's on Freevee, which you can access through Prime, or you can get it on its own separately. Which is everything's got commercials in it, which is it's kind of like Tubi.
I try to avoid that.
Oh, there was,
but they're unedited. The movie's
there was
unedited.
There was this one idea for a horror movie that's a slasher idea that I've had.
Wait. Let's hear his second movie first, and then we can hear your idea.
Yeah. It's okay. It was the Netflix original Totally Killer. Was it Netflix or was it Prime? Maybe it was Prime.
Man, these Totally Spies spin-offs are really getting weird.
This one was about... No, this was actually kind of... I had my doubts too, but my buddy assured me that it sounded like a cool premise. So it's about a serial killer who stalks his victims on Halloween night. He kills 5 of them in the 80s, and it went unsolved. And the girl, her mom was like one of the only survivors. And it cuts to present day where he comes back after the mom and kills the mom. And then the girl makes a time machine by accident and gets transported back to the 80s. And she uses it to solve it, to find out who the serial killer is and save her mom.
Nothing quite like accidental time travel, yeah.
Yeah, and then she ends up being in gym class with her mom, and she finds out that her mom was like a total bitch. Like a total mean girl in high school. And like her mom bullies her, not even realizing, that that's, her daughter.
Of course not, yeah.
Now they do put a lot of woke stuff in it, but the funny thing is that the woke stuff they put in it, I'm pretty sure they were doing it to mock it, because everybody in the 80s like trashes her whenever she says something.
Yeah.
Like, I find this really problematic, and they're all like, "Oh, go fuck yourself." It's great. It's we had a lot of fun with it too.
All right, now what's your horror movie idea?
Oh, well, first before that, I just want to say I get the distinct impression if you said the word problematic in the 80s, most people would just look at you and say, "The fuck does that mean?"
Pretty much, yeah. They really would have.
Because I find people who have struggles knowing some words today on that end, and that's the whole thing. But so slasher movie idea set in like Sweden, I'll say, and the idea for the movie was as that it would be called Draugr, and it's about a group of people who are excavating an ancient Norse ruin, and they steal an ancient artifact. And as they leave with their newly gone treasure, you get this resurrected Viking like knight thing, the Draugr, and it goes on a blood spree, on a murder spree across the countryside to get its treasure back or something.
It's an interesting idea. Sheep and I actually had a fun idea we thought it was a fun idea for a horror movie. Basically, the Universal monsters like the Mummy, Dracula, werewolf, Frankenstein. We were thinking, what if they did them? And stick with me. I know it's an iffy prospect, but is found footage. So
I can see that working for some of them.
Like specifically, for example, not Dracula. Well, Dracula is one of them, but obviously, but it's specifically, like Frankenstein. So, imagine seeing the clips of him on his home security system, setting up all this stuff and all that drama. And then it gets to that part where he's getting ready to resurrect the monster, and the flash of lightning and all of the power cuts out, and you lose the camera, and then the backup power slowly kicks back on just in time to see the shambling leave the room.
As I say, alternatively, the whole film can be presented as like the research notes of like a modern Dr. Frankenstein as he's doing his experiments and doing.
Well, yeah, it would all be kind of obviously from the modern perspective, but
yeah, it's
and
like
then
it's his research notes, and he's got like the camera set like log 1 of some.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could mix some of that in.
Yeah,
We really thought that would be fun, and then for Dracula, could you imagine? I mean, of course, that has to kind of goes with what kind of lore you believe in terms of vampires. But if you go with the idea that they just can't be filmed at all, you know, having somebody in your house and they're just, you see the teacup move and that kind of thing, maybe, you know, do the wolf man.
When I think of found footage Dracula, my brain immediately thought a mockumentary going into the history of the fictional, but the mockumentary is low-key produced by Dracula.
That would be hilarious.
Well, the thing with not casting a reflection and whether you could catch them on video cassette or not, that actually does go back to mirrors having a silver backing.
Yeah, it would depend on if the...
Yeah, I know, but...
Yeah.
That's why I said it would depend on exactly what kind of lore you go with. I mean, you can also go with the idea that since they have no souls, they can't be captured on camera.
Yeah, there's so many.
So
that's
why I said specifically, because I'm, in case you haven't noticed, I'm kind of into horror and monsters. Yeah. I mean,
my friend
I don't know what would give you the idea, maybe.
My friend David told me about this one time. Apparently, that Werner Herzog made a mockumentary about the Loch Ness Monster, where it was about like, as Werner Herzog is going on about like, he's saying it's not actually about the Loch Ness Monster, it's about people believing it and all that stuff. And in the background, there's just Loch Ness Monster shit happening, and he's completely oblivious to it.
I want to say I've seen that.
I can't remember. I can't find it, no matter how hard I try to find it. But I've been looking for it, and because David says it's freaking hilarious.
It is. It's a fantastic mockumentary. It was really, really good. As far as your Universal Monsters idea, it's the logical part of me. Thinks it sounds great, but the realist part of me can't stand found footage movies. So,
and I am a horror movie whore. Quite literally. I don't care if it's bad. I don't care if it's good. I don't care if it's artsy. I don't care if it was done on a shoestring budget. As long as it has a plot I can follow and it's filmed well enough that I can see straight, I'll watch it.
You sound like my mom. My mom watches all those god-awful shows. She watches SG1, all the DC, CW
I don't watch
shows.
That shit. That doesn't count.
All the Sci-Fi Channel originals like Pterodactyl.
And I was raised on a diet of those. I'll have you know, those were high art.
Oh, she loves all of it. And I don't have the heart.
How could cinema survive if it wasn't for the release of the Sci-Fi original movie Croctopus versus Shark Dinosaur?
My buddy was pitching one of those, and I was like, no, dude, you're doing it wrong. He's like, what do you mean? I go, in order for it to be a sci-fi original, the title has to be on the nose. Yes. They're not exactly, they're not original. They're pretty, you know what you're getting into. And he goes, well, what do you mean? I go, so if they had the rights to do Jurassic Park, they would just call it Dinosaur Forest.
Dinosaur Island.
Or Dinosaur Island. So, I'm like, they're I go, look at all the movies they've released. Earthquake in New York.
Okay, so
Manhattan Lava, it's something or other. Ice Spiders. I mean, they're all of them.
I remember Ice Spiders. I actually really liked that one as a little kid. All right, so
looking through,
here are some choice picks of sci-fi original movies. You have 2010 Moby Dick. And it appears to be a Moby Dick themed ripoff of Jaws. Like they completely rip off the cover of Jaws with Moby Dick doing it.
Jaws is a ripoff of Moby Dick.
Technically, yeah,
but
even in the book, dies identical to Captain Ahab. Mm-hmm. He gets the book is absolute trash. I own 2 copies of it, by the way.
Jaws or the book Moby Dick?
The book Jaws.
I didn't know there was a book.
There was a book. The author feels kind of bad about the book because it inadvertently led to overhunting of sharks because of mass hysteria in certain areas. So he
the movie
did not
did.
help. The movie did
No.
not help.
The movie did. The movie sparked. The movie came out and sparked the whole thing. And Peter Benchley regretted. He said if he could do it over again, he wouldn't write the book because then the movie wouldn't have gotten made and it wouldn't have caused such a mass hysteria over sharks.
Oh, speaking of shark, here's a two-headed shark attack, followed by a sequel, three-headed shark attack, followed by its sequel, five-headed shark attack. So apparently,
they added 2 extra heads for that one.
Apparently, these sharks are going by Fibonacci sequence.
Yeah.
Six-headed shark attacks. Never mind.
No, they just can't count.
Sharktopus?
That's probably somewhere in the.
Well, and then you have Ghost Shark, and of course, the ever popular Sharknado.
Horror.
The what?
And Sharknado got 3 of those motherfuckers made.
5. There's like 6 of them actually.
Sharknado kind of killed the fun a little bit because of how hard they tried to be funny. In my opinion, they tried too hard. They didn't just let it be funny, you know.
I found it hilarious. But I am easy to make laugh. I was literally at Evil Dead the musical in Las Vegas, and I was sitting in the front in the splash zone, and they were making all these jokes, and I'm laughing, and one of the actors on stage literally stops on stage, looks at me, and says, "You know, some of these jokes are supposed to fail, right?" And I just laughed. So I am apparently quite easy to make laugh.
You know an Evil Dead musical is going to be good when there's an area labeled the Splash Zone. And
oh my God, it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. I'm not even lying. It was, you would not think that would translate into a musical, but they did such a phenomenal job. And I felt so bad for my cousin's friend at the time who wore white pants.
I got to the brief surge of Alien ripoffs that came out at around the time of Alien versus Predator.
Mm-hmm.
You got Alien Apocalypse, Alien Express. Alien Express just makes it sound like some kind of coffee shop. Alien Hunter.
Delivery service.
Alien Lockdown. Here at Alien Express, we deliver intergalactic to you in a timely manner. Alien Siege. Ah, yes. Who can forget Marvel's Almighty Thor? Sorry, just Almighty Thor, not Marvel's. God, these things look like such crap.
Oh, I absolutely love. God bless the Asylum and their mockbusters.
I found out that most of these sci-fi originals, at least the ones I remember fondly, do have one uniting common factor. Most of them are produced by the guy who trained James Cameron. What's his name?
Roger Corman.
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't even know the guy. The guy's like almost 100 years old. He's still producing movies to this day.
Yeah.
You can't put him down.
Yeah. So the Asylum, they're interesting.
Wow, the Ice Spiders franchise isn't just spiders. There's a bunch of these.
The Asylum will. They do this intentionally.
Mm-hmm.
They will. So, say Pacific Rim is coming out.
Then
okay.
Atlantic Rim.
Yes, which they release in the video store the same exact weekend.
We have Transmorphers.
So you go in. People like my parents go into the video store, and they can't remember the name of that big movie that's out in the theater.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it must be Atlantic Rim. It's out already. And then they take it home and they experience disappointment.
I just found the most horrible one. It's Independence Day. Independence spelled with E-N-T at the end, like
Independence Day?
No, E-N-T-S.
Oh, Independence Day.
It's a day belonging to the independents. Whoever those are.
That's hilarious.
I really miss what's his name? Oh, I can't believe I just forgot his name as I was talking about it. The dude that directed Reanimator. He's the guy that's, for the most part, has made some of the better Lovecraft adaptations. Oh, I can't believe
I'm terrible at those things.
Yeah,
So.
I got his name right on the tip of my tongue too. Gordon. Last name was Gordon. Stuart Gordon. He's got his production company is still dabbling in them. They got one that just came out too, Suitable Flesh, with Heather Graham and I can't think of the other actress's name off the top of my head. But it's another Lovecraft adaptation of The Thing on the Doorstep.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, got Shark in Venice. Continue.
But my girlfriend at the time, Alana, and I, we shotgunned all of them. We started with because I wanted to introduce her into Lovecraft, so we started with Dagon, and she liked Dagon, even though I told her, I'm like, this is more of Innsmouth than it is,
Dagon.
the actual Dagon story. And I'm sorry, guys, bear with me. The later it gets, the dumber I get.
In honest defense, not a lot happens in the actual Dagon story.
Dagon story's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a good story. It's just not a lot happens in it.
It's a good story for reading, not for a.
It's a fun pulp horror short.
There's a really cute video game where you basically play through the story.
I think I've seen it.
Or so I guess you could call it an interactive story more than a video game. But yeah.
Well, we started with Dagon. She really liked it, and then we graduated up to Reanimator, and then we did From Beyond, and we did the Masters of Horror one that he did. With I forget the name of it. It's the story with the rat that's got the human face on it.
I should remember that.
It sounds like a Japanese video game.
The Dreams in the Witch House. Dreams in the Witch House.
Yeah.
Yep. It gets late, and I start to forget things that I have no business forgetting, because
that's just any time of day. So
Lovecraft and the Universal Monsters and Hammer Horror are the only areas of horror I will lay claim that I've got a PhD in, even though I'm not expressing it very well right now. All other horror, everybody's going to have me whipped on, because I'm just not. I can't get into slashers. I can't get into like the super duty gory stuff.
90% of the slasher genre as a whole is boring crap that's just trying to ride on the coattails largely of the big names. And hilariously enough, like, you get the freaking Halloween itself, the granddaddy-o of the slasher genre. First one ain't even a slasher technically, it's a psychological.
No, it's a mystery. Yeah. No, I love the first Halloween, and I love Halloween 3 Season of the Witch.
Halloween 3 Season of the Witch is severely underrated.
Oh, yeah.
It is. I wish that they had done John Carpenter's original idea, which I'm sure you know, release a film every year at Halloween time, but as an anthology, and have a different. And he even said some of them would be family films. It would be all just centered around Halloween. And nope, we got to have Michael every movie.
Yeah,
I like that idea of the having some of them just randomly, intermittently be wholesome family films. You know, it amps the horror up a little bit, because you're going into the theater, you're wondering, okay, this one's either going to be really sweet, or we're going to crap our pants.
Yeah, I can. Marketing wise, it would be difficult to deal with.
Yeah, a little bit, but I mean, you could still do, family-friendly dark fantasy with, around Halloween.
Yeah.
It's certainly not like prohibitive in it by any means.
Oh, I have the perfect idea for a Halloween anthology movie that's both horror and family-friendly. So you have this kid, his grandpa dies. He moves to a town called Milbog.
Okay.
Is the kid's name Harry Potter?
Oh God.
Yes. His name is Harry Potter. He moves to a town called Nilbog. There's green goo everywhere. In an unrelated note, this movie is being sponsored entirely by the Vegemite Corporation.
Oh God. Vegemite is evil food, so.
That's why the goblins and trolls in the movie eat it so much.
Troll freaked me out when I was a little kid. When the dude turned into a cocoon and all the little creatures came out of him, that freaked me out.
That was creepy.
I've only ever had interactions with Troll 2, unfortunately.
I'm sorry.
And they're gonna eat me. Oh my God.
Even though it's not my thing, I heard that Five Nights at Freddy is going to be an excellent parents bonding movie to kind of get their kids if you're into horror.
Well, the movie's already out, and yeah, it's pretty okay.
Well, yeah, I'm hearing, but all the people that have seen it are telling me that it's the perfect if you're
yeah, it's a good horror movie for kids. It's not boring or anything.
It's like the gateway movie. Well, in my generation, I think that movie, I think that honor would have belonged to The Gate.
As a gateway movie?
Yeah, no pun intended. But yeah, it was a PG-13. Kids read a record backwards.
Summons a portal to hell and all that, yeah.
Opens a portal to hell in the backyard, and then it turns out the record wasn't evil. It's actually has the spell to reverse everything, and everything's made right at the very end of the movie. It's a freaky movie, actually, to be honest with you. And some of the special effects still hold up and are legitimately creepy. That's another one. Alana and I watched it as
relatable events that children can really put themselves into. Belong.
Yeah, every kid today has a record player.
Record players and portals to hell.
You show a kid today that, they're like, "What's that, Dad?"
I don't get it. Why don't they just play? Why don't they just get out their phones and play the record on their phone through YouTube but backwards?
I haven't seen it yet, but it just came to Prime. Was Evil Dead Rise?
I haven't seen it yet. I
hear it's pretty
want to. I've heard it's pretty good. The fact that Bruce Campbell was involved in the production gives me so much hope. But at the same time, I'm scared. I actually liked the Evil Dead remake, though, the 2013.
I love the hell out of that.
Yeah,
it's a pretty good Evil Dead movie too.
It was very ballsy, and it did straight up horror gore. Not that
I like the theory that
not that I'm any proponent of rape or anything like that, but they didn't shy away from those things.
No, they did not.
And that's what I liked about it. It had balls.
Yeah, I liked the fact that it was a remake. It spiritually held on to the fundamentals of Evil Dead while being its own thing, as opposed to what most remakes are today, which are basically, copy pastes and change two people.
Or
worse, right, exactly.
Wear the dead skin of the IP so that you can make your own original movie. But the studio said they wanted an Evil Dead movie, and you're like, oh fuck, I have to do this with Evil Dead now. I wanted to make a serious, real movie.
Yeah,
I'm such a big shot artist. I'm gonna change the industry.
I also like a good creature feature.
Oh, yeah.
I like Piranha 3D.
You want to combine two things that shouldn't ever be combined? How about found footage in 3D? There's literally a movie out there called Found Footage 3D, and there is a 3D version of it. And
I'm just imagining
it is so horrible.
You're making my late night brain hurt.
If you think that's bad, I'm looking forward to my to upcoming horror comedy, Bad CGI Alligator. That's the name of the movie. I'm not even kidding. It's a real movie. It's in production. It's about a group of friends who have to survive the onslaught of a bad CGI alligator that uses bad CGI logic to get around.
Oh my god, that sounds amazing. I'm gonna have to watch that.
What's it doing out there? It's just kind of floating around and T-posing.
You scared me for a minute because I thought you were talking about the remake, like a remake of Alligator, and that's like one of my favorite movies.
Oh
Yeah, you
God.
guys wait.
I mean, technically, you could call it a remake of Alligator. It's just the bad CG version.
All right, got it. All right, do I?
That movie had bonus 2 on it too. I don't know if you guys have seen Alligator or not. The scene where they make the little kid walk the plank,
I want to say I have, but I've seen
and
many.
the alligator's in the pool and eats him,
Yeah.
and they go running screaming for their mom. And I was like, "Whoa, they actually went there."
Yeah, hard.
I love it when they're not afraid to kill kids.
All right, just gotta take that quote out of context there.
And Sleepy Hollow, I like in Sleepy Hollow that
Where the headless horseman is looking for the kid and he's hiding
Yes.
under the floorboards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a very
and
good
then you see him
tension
walk
job.
out, and I like when the horseman's walking out and he's obviously stuffing the kid's head into the sack. But they wouldn't. I guess Tim Burton was like Tim Burton actually did want to show the kid, but I guess the studio overrode it.
There's rules about that. If they had shown the kid, then they probably would have gotten a different rating, you know.
Yeah, but Tim Burton. It was funny hearing him in the interview where he's like, he goes, I don't understand why the big deal is. Because I always just assumed if I was in a horror movie and I was a kid, I would die. He goes, I knew the killer would get me. I'm like, you keep being Tim Burton, Tim.
Yeah, right. Oh my God, this is awful. I'm watching this trailer without the sound.
I found the Werner Herzog movie. It's Incident at Loch Ness. That's the name of the movie.
Yeah. I want to say, I'm pretty sure I've seen that one. Oh, shit.
The only reason why I found out about that movie was because a chick I liked at the time, an actress, Katana Baker. I found out she was in
Oh,
it.
yeah?
And that's why I went to check it out. I don't know. You might be too young, Goblin. Amarada, do you remember the Miller Lite Catfight Girls commercial?
Yes.
She was the brunette in those commercials.
Oh. Yes, I remember that.
She had a very short but very profound impact and all over the place for a little while.
In private chat, I posted the link to the CGI Gator.
Yeah, I just watched it with the sound off. That looks absolutely horrific. I mean, it looks terrible. It looks hilarious.
I'm going to watch it. I'm going to watch it after the stream because right now my computer fan is running. So
I love
my computer.
I love the trailer blurbs. High quality fun, low quality CGI.
High quality gore or something like that. Yeah, those were really good. That was definitely an interesting thing for sure. So I do think that's what I'm gonna have to try to look out for. It's bad CGI alligator. Here, I'll put it in the chat for you so you can read it. There you go. Actually, I'll just put the trailer in the chat. What am I doing? Do. There you go. Put it in this chat too.
Yeah.
Now you can go check it out. Definitely go check it out because it looks awful. And that is one of my favorite types of movies.
Now, did any of you, now, like I said, the Universal Monsters are my jam.
Mm-hmm.
The Universal Monsters are they're my absolutely most favorites. Did you guys see the 2020 Invisible Man?
I have not.
I did not. I heard about it though, and yeah, it sounds interesting. You know, now one of the better Blumhouse productions in that era.
As a purist, I didn't like the actual MacGuffin of invisibility itself that they went with. I'm not going to spoil it. I just didn't like it because it takes away from. in my opinion, it takes away from the character
Mhm.
because without saying too much, anybody that has it can become the Invisible Man.
Mhm.
So it takes away that uniqueness of him being, a soul. Well, I have a lot of people ask me, they're like, how is the Invisible Man a monster? I'm like, well, because he's invisible.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah.
You can do shit, you can't see it. That's
He's invisible and he does monstrous things.
Well, I mean, it's an interesting commentary on human psychology and what will you do if people just can't see you?
Oh yeah, ultimate power corrupts ultimately.
Yeah.
That's what I loved about, if you guys remember, Hollow Man,
Yep.
which I thought was like the best modern adaptation so far of the Invisible Man. Is I thought they did an excellent job showing how Kevin Bacon goes from an arrogant but fairly normal, well-adjusted guy to,
Someone,
over the course of the movie, he becomes like fucking
a
brutal,
murdering
like,
rapist. Yeah.
yeah, with what he can get away
Mhm.
with. And they cut that scene out, by the way. That Rona Mitra was very upset about that because she spent weeks choreographing that rape sequence.
Seriously?
Oh, hey.
Yeah.
Guess who directed?
Weeks.
We were talking about RoboCop earlier. Guess who directed Hollow Man? Paul Verhoeven.
Oh.
Yep. Yeah. But the actress, she was the Tomb Raider model at the time for the video. But she was actually legitimately upset because she worked with a choreographer to do this invisible rape sequence of herself, and to capitulate to get an R rating, they trimmed it down like all of it.
Oh, that sucks.
And she was very, very, very upset because she put a lot of work into it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's still really disappointing.
But one of the things I will say that's cool about the remake of The Invisible Man, which I did like, is the fact that you guys are going to watch it, and I strongly urge you to, because on its own merits, it's wonderful. It is easily a $70 or $80 million movie that was made on a budget of $7 million.
Really?
But every penny went to the right area, because that movie looks 8 or 9 times way more expensive than what it was.
What's more important is Blumhouse also knows to make their, universal monster movie a horror movie. Unlike another company that shall not be named that decided Marvel Extravaganza is the perfect medium for these monsters.
Yeah, number one, Universal Monsterland is going to be called Dark Universe.
Ooh.
They are recycling that name for it. So there is that. Apparently, they're not that jaded with it. And Dark Universe is kind of cool for a name.
It's a neat name.
Was not good in execution.
I just love the fact that the name comes from an article that was making fun of them.
Now, The Mummy 2017 is a love-hate relationship with me, because I think the problem that movie had was Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
Right. That was the problem. When I go to see The Mummy, I don't want to see Tom Cruise on the movie poster. I want to see The Mummy.
Right.
And it should have been all about The Mummy. And I think that was the problem with The Mummy, was they brought in Tom Cruise and he was completely wrong for it. And I didn't buy him as that character. That was like was Chris Pratt or Bradley Cooper busy?
Right.
Because that's who should have been in that movie. As far as the monster herself, Amanette, I thought she was wonderful. I thought she was a great addition to the Universal Monsters. A lot of people I know were crying woke because they made it a woman, but I'm like, guys, there were Egyptian princesses that were mummified.
No, there were Egyptian queens, for that matter, looking Nefertiti.
I haven't seen the movie. I've only seen bits and pieces. I don't go on my way to watch those ones. I had more issue with what I've seen of the mysticism and the magic that she seemed to employ throughout the film. A lot of it didn't really seem to have as well. I suppose not a lot of any of the Mummy movies across history have had much basis on that, and it's probably just my freaking Egypt nerd nonsense getting in the way of me enjoying it. Yeah, well.
I mean,
Yeah.
For me, it was just Tom Cruise. I tried to watch it. I couldn't.
Everybody around him is wonderful. The sidekick dude that was in Jurassic World, he was great. Annabelle Wallace, beautiful young woman. She was great as the archaeologist. What's his name? Stole the show is Dr. Jekyll.
Russell Crowe.
Yeah, Russell Crowe was his scene was fantastic. He was great.
My favorite scene was when they posted a trailer for the movie on YouTube and fucked it up, and it ended up missing a map.
Yeah,
its audio file.
Yep. The movie could have been so much better. It had all the ingredients there. If they had taken out Tom Cruise, if they had gotten somebody like I said, like a Bradley Cooper or like a Chris Pratt, who could have done that character a lot more.
Well, it wasn't just the character. Tom Cruise was a pest on set with like always wanting more action, more stunts for him to do. He was wanted and demanded more camera time for him.
Yep.
And that's just...
He rewrote the script to feature him more than the Mummy. But
honestly, with how egregious he was with that movie, I'm surprised he doesn't have a segment in the movie that just stops to tell us about Xenu.
But that I love Amanat. I think she's. I'm actually very happy to see fan art of her all over the place now, which people did embrace the character. They just didn't embrace the movie, and for understandable. I don't understand why they didn't start like they were supposed to with Dracula Untold, because Dracula Untold was wonderful.
What do you think of the Nosferatu movie coming out?
Oh, I am so excited for that. It's made by...
I'm looking quite forward to it.
So, it's actually funny you mentioned that. That movie I was telling you about earlier, The Lighthouse, it's made by the same guy.
Oh.
Yes.
That scares me.
Yep.
No, it doesn't. Because I did what? He did The Northman as well, right?
Yep. The Northman, The Witch, The Lighthouse.
I was not a big fan of The Witch. It was so slow.
That's
very slow.
That's my favorite thing about
it. It was okay, but I mean, it was slow without build. I don't mind a slow movie if it builds a sense of tension, but that one didn't build a sense of tension for me. Of course, it doesn't help that if I can predict where a movie's going to go, I lose interest. And I could predict where that movie was going to go. So I lost interest.
I will say this as
it was just slow.
I'll say this as a big forewarning for The Lighthouse overall. The main reason it's my favorite of his films is more than likely because I like lighthouses.
I don't plan to see The Lighthouse, I'll be honest. That one sounds too artsy for me.
It was a little... I got about halfway into it and called it quits, but I could only get halfway through Midsummer, and then I quit that one too.
I haven't even tried that one again.
Lighthouse is definitely one, if you can get the shitload of references, you'll probably enjoy it a bit more. Because there's a lot of references to psychology and old art and all that shit where you're like, oh, okay, I see what's being said there.
And I need to stress too, I'm not one of these people that I don't need Hulk smash every 5 minutes.
Right.
For example, I prefer the 2003 Hulk movie to the 2008 one because it's a lot slower pace and it's got, a lot more in-depth, meaty, cerebral character stuff with Banner and his father and, talking about, the psychology between father and son and, bottling up anger versus releasing anger and anger running unchecked. I liked all of Ang Lee's themes in that movie. So I don't need something to be...
Chihuahua.
Yeah, well, the dog is what I actually thought that scene was pretty cool. To be honest with you, I thought it had a lot of good
Yeah,
action.
it's a cool scene, but when you say it out loud, it sounds a little.
Well, yeah, I mean, Hulk Poodle doesn't exactly, conjure up the best image. It's terrifying in the movie, but yeah. So I don't need something to be, blast me with action every 5 minutes. But at the same time, I need at least something happen. Like I had the same, like I love Godzilla. All my friends love Shin Godzilla, but I there was just something about 45 minutes of talking about the Godzilla problem instead of showing the Godzilla problem that I couldn't get into.
Yeah, no, if there's a Godzilla movie, I expect to see Godzilla.
And I had the same problem with 2014. And I'm a staunch defender of the 1998 one.
And you see, I like the 1998 one, but I don't like it as a Godzilla movie. I like it as a large lizard movie.
Yeah, as a monster movie, it's fantastic. As a Godzilla movie, it's got its faults. Mm-hmm. But I'll tell you, it was something that the 2014 movie wasn't, and that was entertaining. I love
2014 was King of Monsters, right?
No, that was just Godzilla.
Yeah.
I didn't see that one.
With Bryan Cranston.
Yeah, well, that's it. Yeah, the movie dies when Bryan Cranston dies.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Again, I didn't see that one.
I will say this about the 20. Sorry.
No, you're fine. No, you're good. Go ahead.
My main issue was not that there wasn't enough Godzilla in the 2014 one. It's that his presence in the story was also significantly lower. Like, he wasn't the main threat. He was basically the MacGuffin that saves the day, more or less, at the end. That they made him build up in the background, too.
Yeah, they kind of made him a superhero, in a sense, to...
The Mudos, yeah.
Yeah, but I thought that was the right direction to go in. I thought that worked. The problem was that they killed all the movie. A lot of people like to bitch about Godzilla movies, saying that nobody cares about the human characters, and it's not that people don't care about the human characters and that the human characters aren't necessary. It's the fact that they give you the wrong human characters. Like you get invested with Bryan Cranston, but then they kill him off, and then they focus on his son, and fucking Aaron Taylor Johnson got the personality of wood.
I'm glad I didn't see this one. Deleted. I have not seen Godzilla -1 yet. I plan to. I know they've extended their stay in theaters, so you might check around and see if you can still see it. I want to see it so bad.
I saw drama on Twitter about someone saying, because Critical Drinker said, I like Godzilla -1, and someone on Twitter
upset because oh no, he liked it. What?
Hopefully my buddy and I are going tomorrow, so
I hope so.
Twitter weirdos sometimes just sound like demons from The Exorcist sometimes, where they just randomly start yelling out, bitches, whores.
Honestly, most of them are just desperate for attention. That is all they are after. They just want someone to listen to them crying because they can't possibly stand the fact that nobody's looking at them. And unfortunately, people give them far too much attention. If more people just ignored these people, they'd go away. They really would. And maybe it's just because I'm old, but the old adage of don't feed the troll is as true today as it was when I was 18.
We're not old. We're not old yet.
You're all very old. Anyway, I will say this. If I see someone who I can tell is just trying to get attention or is
40s
just trying to, or someone who's trying to be inflammatory just to spark arguments or some shit, very rarely will I respond to that, but I do occasionally just leave a single word or usually, or even 2 words on their thing. I'll just say, bait.
I will occasionally say something just because I can't help myself. But in general, don't feed the trolls.
I don't judge. I totally engage, and And then what I do is I engage and then I mute so that whatever they shout is just going into the ether and I'm not having to see it.
Honestly, I don't find myself using the mute feature as much these days because I only ever really use it for pundit people, like political talkers and whatnot. Because I don't go onto Twitter to see political.
I've
pundits.
discovered that mute is actually.
I like mute. I mute way more than I block. Like,
Oh yeah.
I only block somebody if I notice they're a porn bot because I just don't want them in my followers list. Or if I'm afraid, if they're one of those, if they're like, well, actually, there's 3 cases where technically 4 cases where I'll block. 4 is the last number. I swear it's only 4. So the porn bots, the people who are obviously imitating larger figures, I will block after I report them. So like if Elon Musk follows me, and it's obviously not Elon Musk, I will block and report it, or report and then block it. That way.
To be honest, I would block it regardless if it was real or not.
No, if it was real, I'd leave it. I mean, I'm fine with that. At the worst, what's Elon going to see? Me making snarky jokes?
I just think that would be a hilarious response. Like, wow, the real Elon Musk followed me. Blocked.
Oh, I'm sure there are tons of people who would do that. I mean, just that. There are tons of people who already have him blocked. It's hilarious. If someone follows me that has like I am their only follower and they have like 250 people following them or something, or their only follow, I'll block that because that's just weird. And then the last one is, and it hasn't really occurred yet, so it hasn't. I haven't had to do it. If someone got too creepy, like being a woman on the internet, you occasionally have men doing strange things. I would do that, but I haven't had to do that on Twitter. I think it's because I'm old. But those are the 4 cases in which I'll block. Otherwise, I just mute.
I think muting is more effective because it pisses them off more.
Yeah.
Well, it's also I want to see what people are saying still. If it's like I only mute if it's like something that's like, okay, I genuinely cannot care less about this sort of thing. Like to go into the RPG circuit of things, there's this one guy, his name is RPG Pundit. He goes on long tirades on Twitter about Israel and that whole conflict, and I was like, I don't really care to learn about this stuff, and he's not talking about his products as much anymore or the hobby. Mute for now.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
My sheep is the Rippaverse community manager. So there are a number of people I have muted just because I got tired of their stupid drama.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So
I feel like people get way too personally invested in a lot of this stuff, too.
I can understand personal investment to a point, but then there's a point where you're just crazy.
Yeah, so
I don't understand.
I get being passionate.
I just don't understand how badly Rippaverse has driven people insane.
Oh my God. It has totally broke some people's minds. I mean, just completely off the rails insanity. But I mean, I have another content creator friend who's not nearly as big and hasn't put anything out like a comic or anything. And he's got people that he's apparently broke their brains too. There are really some unstable people out there.
Sounds to me like they need to get a life.
I mean, I've aired my problems, with Eric D. July, and I wish him all the best. I wish his company the best. His product is, even as a former comic book collector, because I quit in 2015 because of all the woke nonsense that infected it, and stories were just garbage. The artwork was garbage. All the political messaging, I couldn't handle it. I quit cold turkey. I came back briefly when they did the new Vampirella run.
Mm-hmm.
That quickly went into woke nonsense too.
I couldn't see that going well.
I follow the original Warren comics, and in the original Warren comics, she had a husband on Draculon who sacrificed himself for her, so made her kind of a tragic character. She came to Earth, and then she had a romance with Adam Van Helsing, who was descended from the Dracula hunting family.
Van Helsing, yeah.
And they had adventures together, and it was very wholesome. It was great. It was wonderful. And then modern era, Paul Cornell gets a hold of the character, and he's like, "Well, I can't write her because I couldn't ever write a character that was just sexual objectification for men. So
What?
I decided she's pansexual."
Oh dear Lord.
Yeah, and they ruined the character, and
Mm.
I
Deleted STI apparently has his young son asked him for real metal armor for Christmas, and he bought him a breastplate off of a reenactment site in the kid's size. That's going to be fun. I want to see the videos of him struggling to wear that. Not lying.
So that's when you get the kid. That's when you get the kid the old genie's wish trick. You just get a trash can, cut some holes into it. Here you go, son, metal armor.
You might also get him chainmail. Oh boy, yeah. Just don't throw him in any rivers.
For whatever reason, you just reminded me of the news that hit, and everybody, like, in a good way, like, responded, like, they clapped back, where they were like, Sesame Street is about to, debut their first homeless character.
Oh God!
And then everybody was like, flooded them with Oscar the Grouch.
Which is incorrect to the lore of Oscar the Grouch. He is not homeless. That trash can is a temporal portal leading to another dimension where Oscar keeps a large mansion inside. He is a fraud. Hashtag cancel Oscar the Grouch. I'm not even joking.
I know. I remember. It's funny. But no, the whole thing is retarded. And why do they need a homeless puppet? It's a puppet. Anybody? Oh my God.
Why do we need a homosexual Superboy?
Don't even ask. Don't even ask me.
And in his latest comic book, the entire issue was him taking a bubble bath with his boyfriend.
People keep posting pictures. I'm going to be entirely honest. I am not a comic book person.
Do you think Kermit is going to discuss the homeless puppet problem next time he's in front of Congress?
Probably. I am not a comic book person, so I don't know a lot about comics. I mean, I have some vague ideas. Most of my knowledge comes from my sheep talking to me about whatever comic thing for the day, and I half listen, and so I've absorbed a bit of information, but I haven't actually read them. I have read ISOM. I did enjoy it. It wasn't a bad book at all, as far as the first book goes. But at the same time, I am really tired of seeing this stuff from these other new comics that looks like something out of a Barbie fan fiction.
Yes, I know what you're talking about. That strange pseudo style that's kind of infecting a lot of that.
Oh gosh, but I mean, what Nock just said about the bubble bath thing. I had to see that because people posted on the internet. I could have lived the rest of my life happily without ever knowing that existed.
I mean, why did they have to make the boyfriend of Superman's son fashion blind? His fashion sucks ass.
Why did I need to know Superman's son had a boyfriend?
Who enjoys bubble baths, apparently.
Why did I need to know he was taking a bubble bath? Even when I was a 16-year-old girl, I would have looked at that and said, oh my God, this is just gross.
Every single girl, every single woman that I've talked to that's into comic books got into comic books, enjoying them as they used targeted to a male audience that was between the ages of 18 and 50. That was the primary. I mean, it should be lower than that, but comics have not been marketed to kids in at least since like the 90s.
No, I mean, that kind of makes sense. As their original demographic aged, they're going to age.
They
with
target
it.
the 18.
All right. Well, I'll say this: I'm
Yeah.
not a comic book fan. I don't know, like, you guys might have your visceral reaction to these images and all that stuff. Um, my bigger criticism, for me at least, is not so much like the commodification of minority groups for the purposes of brownie points. It's not even that issue. It's the fact that it's also viciously boring. Like, it is. Some of the stuff they're writing these days is viciously, like,
Well, that's the problem. It's bad, lousy writing coupled with activism that's being. Let's not mince words. It's propaganda. This propaganda coupled with just lousy, not good storytelling, and then they've fired off like they're good artists, they're veteran artists, because they understandably, command a a certain price point, when they can get artwork in Argentina for pennies on the dollar.
hey Bill, we got this one dumbass off of Tumblr who will accept payment and exposure.
And that's actually kind of the same thing with the writing too. They hire these writers that they've maybe wrote like some young adult self-published thing that did okay.
Suspicious amount of ads on Fiverr for Marvel jobs.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem I had with Isom, the reason why I said it's not a product for me is because, number one, any comic book that's $35 is not a comic book. So it was cost prohibitive to me. And then, as you even just said, you said it was okay.
Well, it was the first book. I mean, but you have to keep in mind it's like maybe the third comic I've read in my life too.
But the point is, for $35, that should have wowed you. That should have been like the most amazing, third or fourth comic book you've ever read for that price point.
And you see, I understand. Well, I have to understand where I come from on it too, because part of the reason I even bought it is that I just support the fact that the guy is doing his own thing. Oh,
and I totally get that, and that's very awesome and commendable in and of itself. And I get that, I understand. But yeah, no, but I certainly don't think it's any. These are my personal qualms.
Right.
Okay.
Well, and they make sense. So.
Yeah. Eric D. July continues to have the success that he has because he obviously deserves it. He has, obviously something is resonating in people that are buying his product and putting the money in his hands to begin with.
Right.
So he's doing something right.
Well, and it's not like he made it $35 just to rip people off. Is part of why I was okay buying it. He made it $35 because, for one, that's how he had to recoup the cost it took him to make it. So it's not possible for him to make the same length of comic book because it's not like it was a 10-page comic book like most comic books I've experienced.
Yeah, it wasn't the pamphlet like you're used to getting.
Yeah. So this is a thick 96-page book on I find it hilarious when he goes on and on about the quality of the paper, because to him that was a huge deal, is getting a good quality paper. And having dealt with some of the comics I've dealt with in the past, just flipping through them idly, I can understand why that is, because when I pick up one of those and I'm flipping the pages, I'm worried I'm going to tear it.
Yeah.
And I didn't have to worry about that with this.
Yeah, I don't know.
The art is nice. I happen to know he pays his employees well. And that's part of what he has to recoup in that. And I don't doubt that he doesn't pay the artists quite well as well. So all of that adds up. But because he is being more successful now with those first two books, he's managed to drop the price when it comes to the new one. So as time goes and as he has more power within his business, he's going to be able to do more of that. And the fact that he's already started that on just the third book is why I have absolutely no problems with supporting him in the beginning.
I am starving to get back into getting a good, comic book to read. I had resorted to Archie for a little while. No shade on Archie. No shade on Archie. I was very pleasantly surprised and felt like I was missing out, actually.
Archie wants to fight the Predator.
Some of the stuff I picked up. Yeah, there's the horror stuff that they've done, and that's also good, too.
Classic Archie.
Because I'm reading Vampironica because I like vampires.
I got stuff I need to do tomorrow. It was fun hanging out with y'all guys. It was nice to meet you all in official capacity, more or less.
Oh, thanks for coming and hanging out. I appreciate it. It's been fun.
All right.
Definitely.
Yeah. You have a good evening.
You too. Thank you.
You too. I lost my train of thought. Vampironica, that was good. That was fun. And then I read the Josie and the Pussycats that they released. That was good. And then I was picking up the little digests as I saw them at Walmart, and that was like my comic book.
The last time I read an Archie comic was the last time I chewed some Bazooka Joe. So.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it's been a while. And believe me, I am at the time as I was like 38. I was not the target demographic for fucking Archie, but I grew up liking Josie and the Pussycats, the cartoon. So, I gave that a try. I gave Vampironica a try because of the vampire angle on it, and that turned out to be a lot of fun. And I was pleasantly surprised. But yeah, no, the big two and it breaks my heart too, because, I cut my teeth on Marvel. Love the She-Hulk. She-Hulk's been one of my favorite characters forever. She was, in my opinion, she was the Marvel equivalent of Wonder Woman until they decided for whatever reason they were going to try and push Captain Marvel as being
their female. Yeah.
And we see how that went. Yeah.
Well, apparently it didn't go too bad in the very beginning, but then they fucked things up. But that's just what I hear from other people. It's not a personal experience thing. But yeah, I mean, I have always been more of a fan of novels as opposed to comic books. I'm not a picture person, I guess. So,
okay. No, I get that.
I've always, when I listen to other people talk about comic books, I mean, for one, I love hearing people talk about anything they're passionate about, even if it's not something I'm particularly into. When Sheep starts going off on comics, yeah, I may not necessarily tune in entirely, but it makes me genuinely happy to see other people talk about things that they love. I don't know why. It's just one of those weird things for me. But one of the things I've always noticed is an issue with comics is the fact that they aren't written or produced by one person. That is a group project that changes depending on whose hands it's in.
Yeah, it's not like manga where you have one. Well, the manga creators, they do have assistants and whatnot that will fill in and do inking and penciling where needed.
Well, I mean, it's not even just like a novel series where my whole series is written literally by one person.
Yeah, no, I'm the same way, and the main character of my novel is aware. Actually, I got one of the best compliments ever that I got from it was because I primarily write all women in my novels.
Yes, I've noticed you seem to have a slight obsession there.
Well, it's hear me out.
Not a criticism.
Before
it's just a statement.
Before you think it's too sexist, I would love to say that it comes from a point of feminism, but you're right. It's not. I'm a red-blooded male, and I always have I don't have any delusions whatsoever, but in the off chance I actually managed to get something of any success whatsoever, I would much rather see a woman on screen than a dude, because we've already got Indiana Jones, we've got John McClane, we've got John Rambo, we've got an American Werewolf in London, we've got David Kessler, we've got Larry Talbot from The Wolfman. We've already got all these dudes. Let's have chicks have a shot. at
Right.
doing something. There can be more than one Lara Croft. It doesn't have to just be Lara Croft and Black Widow. There can be other women doing these things. And I always am very good at balancing out I think at what you were hinting at, the physical aesthetics. I'm very good at balancing that with making them smart, capable. Almost all of them are an expert or are in the process of becoming an expert in a STEM field, which is very important to me because we do need more women in science and technology.
I'm going to say something here, from a female's perspective. As a female who is actually quite abnormal among females, and I've had to acknowledge this over my lifetime because I'm just not normal. But when I and this is, don't take this as a harsh criticism. It's just something that as you're talking, I'm seeing as a concern. Don't take away the actual femininity of women while trying to make them powerful.
I don't. I'm already 3 steps ahead of you. That is not not a problem.
I mean, it's one of those things when people say, well, we need more women in STEM fields. It would be good if more women were in STEM fields, but let's not ignore the fact that most women aren't particularly actually interested in those fields.
Right. No, they're not.
So, but realistically, and we are about the same age. So this is something that I think maybe you've bought a little more of the Kool-Aid on. Not to be offensive, I'm sorry. But women aren't as pushed down as people like to portray them.
No, they're certainly not. I mean, just about every boss I've had in my medical profession has been a woman. So I know there are women active in the STEM fields.
The problem is that women seem to want it to be given to them now, as opposed to actually having to put in the effort and ignoring the fact that a lot of the times the reason men have better success in these fields isn't because they're men, but because they put the work in that gives them that success.
Right. Agreed.
So
agreed. 100%.
Sorry, that's my, I don't know. It's not feminism that I counter feminism. You could say. Right. I really hate it when people put women on a pedestal.
No, and I did make this. I did make this mistake. My very first draft of this. Mm-hmm. I did make this mistake where the character's boyfriend.
Yeah.
Unanimously across the board, everybody that read it, and primarily the majority of my reading audience is women. Mm-hmm. They wanted him to die. They're like, I was hoping he was going to get eaten. They're like, he was only there. They're like, he was there to give the main character compliments when she needed it. He was there to give her sex when she needed it. And he was there for them to make fun of and mock when they needed it.
So he wasn't an actual character.
And it totally, I kind of like the concerns you brought up. And also you got to remember, this was my very, I've been writing since I was in high school, but this was my very first attempt at a novel. So, it was a learning curve. It was a learning curve.
It always is. Yeah.
So, when you said you were afraid I drank the Kool-Aid on my rough draft? Yeah, totally. I did. By accident, subconscious, being so worried that I was going to get, lambasted one side. I totally neglected the other side. But I quickly, all the reviews came in, all the feedback. So I very quickly course corrected. And in the new iteration, the character's way more beloved, way more. He's got way more to do. He's a better part of the story than he was before. I was so worried about making the women look good, I forgot to make the boyfriend look, equally as good. So I did stumble and make that mistake, but I have long since course corrected.
I think that's one of my current frustrations in current day culture is that people spend so much time trying to say, well, look, women can do this too, that they forget to look at the things that women have always been able to do and actually use those to the advantage of women. I mean, women aren't supposed to be as strong as men physically. No. We have a much gentler and deeper strength that runs very counter to what men do, because men and women are supposed to complement each other. One of my favorite book series, Dragon Riders of Pern. You read the first book, and I reread it again just not too long ago because, I wanted to. And when you meet the main female character of that book, you get the sense that she is a very strong character. But no, she cannot physically overpower a man. But what she can do is use her intelligence to get the man to do what she needs done. And I like to see that kind of stuff.
So the main character in my finished novel that I've got published and out, the main character she's fairly she's around 28 years old. Fucked around, after graduating high school, made some mistakes, finally settled on what she wanted to do and go back to school and did it. Has a younger sister.
Nothing wrong with skipping college, just saying.
Has a no, you're absolutely right there. She's got a younger sister who's her exact opposite. She's an OnlyFans model. She blows through money. Like, the main character is, putting herself through school by herself full time, and the younger sister, who brings in $6,000-$7,000 a month, has to hit her up for like car payments.
Nice.
Because, she all her money goes towards
she overspends
clothes and whatnot. Yes. So the main character is responsible. She's cute, but she's not
supermodel.
It's a mousy cute. It's not. Yeah, her sister's a supermodel cute. Her sister also, there's at the beginning of the book, there's a big dichotomy there, because the sister, to keep up her looks, is in the gym 6 days a week, and it can even overpower her. They get into a scuffle, and the physicality comes out.
Very good.
And there's kind of meek. Through no fault of her own, wrong place, wrong time, she gets cursed and becomes a lycanthrope. Not by a bite. I was very proud of that.
Very nice.
Not by a bite. So little changes happen. I kind of go the superhero route a little bit, because I do know
a little bit Spider-Man route.
So kind of goes the Spider-Man route, where one by one she starts to notice something's getting better about herself. One night she has an insatiable evening with her boyfriend, and the boyfriend can't keep up with her, and he notices too that she's actually looks a little more fuller. She's got like abs. She's looking a little more robust and healthier, and her hearing is getting better, and she's becoming less of a pushover at her job. She starts off as a doormat, and then she starts clapping back at her coworkers and asserting herself as a boss. Well, then we find out on the first full moon what the price is for all of them. And she gets a little arrogant to try and compete with her sister during this time. She kind of becomes a jerk. Once that first full moon happens, she snaps right back to her old self and realizes, this is bad. I can't handle this. And the rest of the book, it's going to be a series. I've got 4 books roughly penned out. So as my friend, I was going to tell you, the best compliment I got about it is she said, this is kind of like the Incredible Hulk for girls, which to me was a great compliment, because they love the main character. They love that she's compassionate, caring, love that she was dealing with a problem. And the reason why I wrote this is because I, as somebody who likes Universal monsters, likes werewolves, gothic horror, all that kind of stuff, I tried to get into the current crop of, they're not even called horror anymore. I was shocked by this. Maybe I'm showing my age here. What I would think would be called horror is actually now called, actually it's got 2 genres. It was called urban fantasy, and then it was also called
Yeah,
paranormal romance.
I don't pay attention to those labels. I'm too old for that shit.
But I tried reading them. I picked up one by Laura K. Hamilton, and I picked up another one that somebody else read. And the reoccurring theme that all of them had was, number one, there's this pack dynamic bullshit.
Oh, you mean those current day romance? Okay, I'm going to reveal here something about myself that most people probably don't need to know. Those stupid wolf romance things that you see all the time. I don't know why. Every so often I'll find one and I just can't stop reading it. It's so totally retarded.
You see, this is
it's not okay.
It's okay. It's okay. Sometimes it's a comfy pair of slippers.
So terrible.
It's Stouffer's mac and cheese. It's not good for you, but it feels good. It's comfortable. You should throw the slippers out, but you can't do it because you like how they feel. It's no different than that. So I don't judge you. I don't.
Yeah,
But for the past 20 years, because these books, we're going back to like 99, 2001 for the release date on some of these, and this trend is still going to this day. Every single one of these werewolves that I read, especially when they have to do with a woman being involved as a werewolf, they're all like badass, leather-clad biker chicks. There's this pack dynamic. They're quippy. They like what they are. They turn into like realistic werewolves, or I should say realistic wolves. And they all have like the same, they all have that in common. And to me, that's not what, I guess, what I grew up with or what I'm used to reading. So I wanted to get back to the cinematic. No, it's like a half man, half wolf. It's not something good. It's actually a curse. And try to get back into the monster aspect of it. And that's the other thing too, is I didn't want the character. So she's like the girl next door when she's normal, but when there's a full moon, she's like, a 7 foot tall fur covered rage beast. And I don't shy away from that monstrous aspect either, because I don't want her girlied up. I want her, if she's going to be a monster, she's going to be a monster. I'm not going to go the pink sparkly Twilight route with it. You know what I mean? And no. And I'll tell you that actually, from a lot of the women that were beta reading this, they actually fucking loved that. They loved that she was a huge hulking werewolf beast, and they loved the violence that came with that too. They ate that up, and they told me they were like, we love what you're doing. Toss a little more violence in there. Toss a little more. But I had a problem because I didn't want to turn her into a mindless beast either. So I made it a personal rule that she doesn't. Number one, she doesn't eat people. It makes her sick if she does. She knows like the mornings after if she's eating people because she pukes, and because she's the stomach wasn't meant to eat people even when she's helped out. But it's only people that tend to harass her that tend to be on her bad side. Otherwise, she's happy to head for the woods and stay in the forest during the night and do typical nocturnal wolf things.
Go kill a deer and harass some chickens.
Like kill deer, kill farm animals, eat pig out. She doesn't, like I said, go after people unless the person shows up and they have an encounter and they somehow molest or harass her and push into violence. Which was my golden rule. So I've got some plans for the character setup. That's in a nutshell. Among one of the many other.
Got it really well set up.
On. Yeah. I don't know if you've checked out any of the comics that we've been publishing over at Studio Super.
I'll be honest. I
even following us at Studio Super.
I'll have to double check. I know I looked at it and I scrolled through some of the pictures, which not necessarily my aesthetic, but they still looked nice enough.
Right.
But yeah, I thought I hit follow. No, I meant to.
No, it's not going to be everybody's cup of tea. I do like that we're pretty varied. We've got a standard, we got 2 superhero books, and at my urging, we've got 2 monster books. Because, like I said, I'm as much as I love comic books, I'm more comfortable writing like the traditional gothic horror type monsters. So we're doing Henley Hiding, and I'm not trying to turn your stream here into a
I had absolutely no plans for this stream, so if it turns into a shill stream for you, I really don't care.
So I'm not trying to shill anything. I want to assure you that. But we've got Henley Hiding, which again wanted to take the classic. It's not even a gender bend on it. It's the character's great granddaughter who's. It's very funny too. When I came up with the character, none of this stuff was happening online. The character's 4'11". She's very modestly built. She can still buy some of her clothes in the kids section, and her self-esteem is in the gutter. And she stumbles onto by accident, she stumbles onto a journal that reveals that her family's last name wasn't Jenkins, it was Jekyll before they came to the United States and changed it to get away from the stigma, and the formula is tucked away in there. And she gets it in her head that maybe she can perfect it, and this could help her out. And yeah, she ends up becoming a 6 foot tall, va-va-voom knockout. Well, then she abuses it, and the knockout develops a personality of its own that's rather devious, and she becomes her own worst enemy. But the theme that I play with it is a lot of people showed up for, a lot of the dudes showed up for the sexy, She-Hulk like girl that's in it. But what was surprising is we got a very strong fan reaction to Henley herself, the main character, of guys that were. You should see some of our fan comments on there. It's some of the most wholesome stuff you'll ever read. It's all about guys talking about how they want to sit on a couch with her and hug her and take her out to dinner and just super protective of her. And it's the most wholesome feedback I've ever gotten.
That doesn't surprise me at all, because honestly, men get a bad rap in today's world. So
they do.
When you have that kind of girl, it's going to bring out that kind of thing in the right kind of man. So
it's been nothing but beautiful. And the bombshell kind of got not cast aside, but
she
not
wasn't
as
the one you expected. She was the one you expected to get the attention, and she's not. I mean, there's a reason that the girl next door is considered a desirable trope. It's because she's the attainable, friendly, affable, mothering figure that most guys feel like they can have.
Yeah, and the feedback on that has been absolutely wonderful from both sexes. Both sides that have read it have been enjoying it, which has been very pleasant to me. And yeah, I know what you said. Soups' style is he's unique. I love his style because I prefer stylized artwork to more realistic artwork. So, and he's got a nice. I tend to jokingly call it it's like anime meets Archie type style with artwork. Which I personally found the aesthetic pleasant, and as far as I'm concerned, I scored a coup with him because he's fantastic. So, yeah, so we've got that one, and then the other one we've got is called The Eternal Life of Black Hand Savage, and that's coming out, and that I've been pitching to people as One Piece meets the Universal Monsters, and it's about I'm not going to go into too many spoilers with this one. Suffice it to say, it is about a young woman back in 1690 whatever. She's half Puerto Rican, half German. Her father was a German merchant sailor. and she gets cursed with vampirism, becomes a very bloodthirsty pirate as a result of it. And then she gets brought back into modern times, in modern day St. Augustine, Florida. And that's where the story kicks off in the beginning. So it has to do with vampire pirate
Puerto Rico
queen.
back then?
I believe there was, yes. It was the
okay.
Taino people, though. The
Okay.
natives. Before it became known as Puerto Rico itself. So I should say, so yeah, this is in the story, but yeah, technically it's not Puerto Rico from back then.
Okay.
She's half Taino, half German, but Taino is Puerto Rican.
Don't mind me. I'm just fussy about things. So.
No. You're fine. Yeah, and it's good. It's good as an author to be called out on things too, because we have to be able to answer. Because if we don't have an answer for it, we had no business writing it.
Vampirates, Silver.
That I wanted to call it that, but that's already taken. Damn. There was a young adult book series that was called that. Or not young adult. I think it was actually, when I say young adult, I think it was actually aimed at like teens. I think it was like between like ages 13 and 18, something like that was the target group. But yeah, it was it was already called, and we were like, that sucks. And it took me forever to come up with the title for it, because we were trying to make everything clever we could do it. So finally we were just like, you know what, it's going to be a long title, just
go the manga route. Why not?
So we got that, and then we got, like I said, we got a couple other superhero stories. We got Lone Star in the works. I think people are going to really like her. I don't usually write superheroes as a rule. I love reading superheroes. I struggle with writing them. This character hit me right off the bat. Single mom. It's funny that we were talking about Hooters, because that's where the character works. She was your all-American high school sweetheart, cheerleader. She's also salutatorian of her class, because she was the rare cheerleader that I wanted to buck that trend. I wanted to make her smart cheerleader. So she did just as much with her athletics as she did with her book learning, because her passion was astronomy. She wanted to be an astronomer. And her high school sweetheart was the star quarterback of the football team. They're from Texas, so it all gelled, made sense. They went to college together, and that's where the problem happened. Is the boyfriend comes from a wealthy family, and they were able to put him up in his own apartment. And she said that his apartment quickly became their apartment that first semester, and she started majoring more in him than her books. And she gets pregnant. And he's like, "Oh, good. Well, we're going to go have an abortion." And she's like, "My family taught me if I had an abortion, because that made sense to me. If she's a cheerleader in Texas, she's going to be going to church every Sunday. She's going to be Christian. She's going to be a good Christian girl. Abortion is not going to be on that table at all." And so she decides to keep the kid, and the boyfriend walks out on her, and she has to give up college, and she becomes a single mom. Now, she's one of those very rare women that after she had her child, she was very fortunate that it didn't alter her looks or her body too much.
It's actually not that rare if you take care of yourself.
Well, it's not that rare. That's not that rare, no. But because this actually answers the question that was just asked. So she cashes in on her looks, and it's not Hooters. It's a place that sounds like Hooters, because we don't want to get sued. I think we ended up calling it Night Owls or something like that. But it's a restaurant is what it is. And she even is, a little, the character is self-aware of this, but, it's bringing in money.
Babies cost money.
They're a trailer. you know, when we pick up with the story, her daughter's, we do a time skip. It's been 10 years. She's 28. Her daughter's going on 10. And, you know, she's in a trailer because she's too proud to ask for, you know, help from her parents. The father's not in the picture, and she's not going to get any help from him or his family. Doing the best she can. And one night I've got a great scene. I'm spoiling a little bit now, but this is because I'm so excited about it and happy about it. I've got a scene where she's struggling because she's trying to pick up her education, you know, doing night courses part-time. And, you know, she's trying to do that, trying to raise her daughter right, you know, struggling with the work. She's opens up her computer and we don't call it OnlyFans, but we call it something else. And then she actually considers it for a moment. It's like, oh, she's like, this could bring in so much money. And then she looks over and she sees her daughter eating, you know, her TV dinner on a little tray, happily on the sofa in front of the TV. And she just can't bring herself to do it. She's like, if my daughter if this ever got her, because her daughter's already getting
mom
teased
works at
at
a breast
school
place,
because her mom works at a restaurant. Yeah, you know, a lot of the boys are like, you know, hey, your mom's hot. She waited on us the other day, and teasing like that. So it goes through her head. She's like, if this ever gets out that, you know, I did this, that's going to be the end of the world. And she wants to be a good role model. She wants to be a good role model for her daughter. So they end up having a night out together to have a breakdown. She's like, we'll go to whatever restaurant I want to go to. And then she goes, after that, let's go out to the desert and stargaze. And they go out stargazing in the desert. Her mom's pointing out all the constellations, and there's a meteor storm, meteor impacts, and without giving anything else away, the character gets imbued with powers, and that's where we pick up with the superhero stuff. And I wanted to do, since Marvel doesn't want to do Miss Marvel, Captain Marvel correctly, we'll do it. We'll pick up the slack. We'll do the character the way that the character should be done. And like I said, she's a single mom, so now she's got to live up to her daughter's standards as a superhero. So
that sounds like it'd be really good.
I think it's actually some of my best work, unironically. Let's see here. So she does have a moral compass that shows in the story and not just in conversation. Good. Yes. We actually, Soups and I said when we started this character in particular, we were like, we're going to do what Marvel ain't, and we got a little bit of DC.
You're going to create a consistent character, in other words.
Well, she's right there. You can take a look at her if you go to the Studio Super off. She's the mascot. She's right there, front and center in the PFP. And there's a lot of, but I go a different route with it. I come from the world of monsters. Like, I'm into cryptids and ufology, like UFOs. UFOs actually runs in my family. Everybody, my father, my uncles, everybody in my family except me has seen a UFO. I'm kind of like,
there you go. The aliens just don't like you.
They don't, and I want them to abduct me in the worst way, because I want to get off this planet. But that's our character. That's our final design and of the character, and she is the cat's ass.
Yeah,
she is fantastic, and I love writing. I love writing her. Actually, that's our entire cast of characters right there. So we got Lone Star, we've got Edelyn Hyde, and her alter ego is the little blonde towards the Jenkins.
Cute.
And then in the center, those are Studio Soup's own creator-owned characters. That's Image, Miss Monsoon, and Starla. Everybody loves Starla. He does pinups of Starla. And between Starla and Henley, we get the most fan mail on the two of them.
Cute.
And then at the very end is Black and Savage.
Nice.
It is adapted very well to modern wear. We do have a lot of fun with her too, as a vampire trying to fit into the modern world.
Right.
coming from buccaneering times too. But yeah, no, those are our characters, and Lone Star, especially from I'm kind of wishing we had Soups on here now with me to talk about it, because he's very big into wanting superheroes be classic
Superheroes again.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. And like I said, I've been bugging him about monsters the entire time. In fact, I've been bugging him about doing an adaptation of my novel, but he can't get into. He's not a monster guy.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
was
you can only get so much out of a person who's not into the same things.
no. It was very. It was like it was a hard sell. Black Ant Savage was a hard sell for him until I said One Piece meets Universal Monster. As soon as I said One Piece, he was like, "Okay, I can draw that." You know? Lone Star was our easiest sell, but yeah, no, I'm very, very proud of that character and what I'm doing with it. The feedback that we've gotten has been fantastic, and oh yeah, I don't even like, and this is actually the same thing with my novel we were talking about earlier, because you said you're right. You said you're right, correct? You got.
I've written a little. I wouldn't say I'm a writer.
Okay. What I have discovered is that, and this is weird for a guy, or at least I think it's weird for a guy. At least I think it's weird from, I guess, how I've been brought up. Not that I'm trying to talk about the Kool-Aid or stuff anymore, but well, no, but the gender norms and stuff like that were brought up. Like with Lone Star, for example, the scenes that I find myself gravitating to, that I like to write the most, are the mother-daughter moments, the bonding moments. I like writing Lindsay, and her daughter's name. Her daughter's name is Cassiopeia. Because I had to work in that love of astronomy in there and stars, but Cassie for short. And the moments between Lindsay and Cassie are my favorite moments. And then I bring in, we bring in the love interest. The love interest is the Air Force captain who was supposed to get the powers that Lindsay got. Lindsay got her powers by accident. So the Air Force captain that was supposed to get him, at first he's a little resentful because he's like, that's supposed to be my job.
Right.
And he gets brought in to be the bodyguard for Cassie while the mother's superheroing. And the director of the agency is like, I can't think of anybody more qualified to guard this child than you. Because he's the top best of the best. And if anything happens to Cassie, that there goes our government funded superhero. So keeping her alive is like priority number one, and making sure that nobody finds out their secret identity. And then, well, here's where I'm getting at with that, is writing those moments were fun too, where this guy has to take a job that he resents and ends up bonding with the daughter.
Right.
And becoming like a big brother to her. And then, I hope this isn't too predictable, but the two of them, Lindsay and him, end up becoming a romantic item. And then I have to go into the dynamics of, well, now he's got to go from being the cool big brother to being the father figure. And that's been fun to write too, and interesting. And I have some little moments with him teaching her, he gets permission from Lindsay, the Lone Star, the main character.
Right.
Mind if I teach do you mind if I teach Cassie some self-defense moves? She's like, no, go for it. So that Cassie can get one-on-one with bullies at school.
Right.
So I've been having a lot of fun writing that stuff, as opposed to, the Hulk smash, the punching each other through skyscrapers and the superhero fights. I tend to gravitate more towards the emotional drama stuff, which drives a little nuts sometimes. He's a very good compass. He'll be like, all right, this stuff is great. He goes, I'm going to do this. He goes, but can you give me something for her to punch? And I'm like, yeah, I suppose I can do that.
Okay, fine. If you really want some violence in this superhero book, I guess I can do that.
But I'm weaving in like Area 51. Some of the monsters I like to do. I'm a big fan of doing monsters of the week, so I'm pulling from UFO lore. So like, I don't know how much of this stuff you're familiar with, but stuff like the Hopkinsville goblins. I pull them in. They're like our version of gremlins. They're little mischievous goblin. I mean, all the stuff you can look up. It's all there. The Men in Black, who are the agents. That's like they're with the agency that she's under as a superhero. The Gray versus Reptilians that you see in you usually see it in the rag magazines like the Inquirer, or I should say like stuff like the Weekly World Sun. So I'm pulling from all these different UFO things as opposed to standard science fiction tropes. So it's been a lot of fun. And I feel like I'm rambling here about my writing now. And
No, you're fine. I mean, it's a really interesting. I don't mind listening to people ramble. It's probably one of my bigger talents in life is listening to people talk about their things.
right.
I like to think that I make them feel like they're actually being listened to, which helps them talk. And, yeah, we only have, 15, 20 people here, but it's good for them to get to hear this stuff
I
and
didn't
for it
even
to get
realize
out
I was
there. And,
broadcasting that many people. Holy shit! I'm used to my stream where I have like four regulars and that's it.
we have 9 people that I can see here, and I'm not even looking at Rumble, and there's usually about 10 over there or something. So
I can tell you this. I know that our character Lone Star our chats about that would be perfect for Rumble. And I'd love to get in on Rumble. I just haven't hit all the hoops yet to get over there.
what hoops?
It says like you have to have like X number of followers.
That's like 5.
Like 5. Well, we've got like we only have 4 regulars. I mean, it
All
says
right.
13, but
Do you, I mean, but yeah, you have like 5 followers.
we've got 13 following us on Yahoo or
On
not
Rumble.
on YouTube. I don't think when I tried setting up the Rumble account, we didn't have any followers.
Yeah,
It was kind of confusing, and I kind of I didn't give up. I'm just like, I told, because Soups is the one that really wants us to move over there. Soups is very, he's a Catholic. He's very open about it. He's got a lot of Christian
right.
sensibilities to him. He would prefer us being on Rumble than to being on YouTube because he doesn't like the YouTube practices, which I agree with him. But at the same time, I'm also not as, conservative in my values. I'm a centrist,
As a personal piece of advice, you don't have to pick one. You can be on both. At the very worst that happens is you get banned off YouTube.
Yeah. And that's what I'm gonna aim for. Is I'd like to do the mosh pit, the Transylvania. If I can shill it, it's the Transylvanian mosh pit.
Go ahead and shill away. I mean,
we do it.
I don't have anything to shill.
We do it Tuesday nights. We were doing it Sundays. We're moving back to Tuesdays because we've got some panelists that they're free that day.
Right.
And we are the Transylvanian mosh pit itself. We are a raw, unscripted op-ed opinion. We come in and we bitch about the comic book controversies that are pissing us off. And sometimes it's also movies and other areas.
Well, where are your links?
I don't have any because I literally just jumped on the show tonight. Like, just to shoot
you don't have links to channels?
I've got a link to my channel. It's
where is that?
It's like YouTube, the Transylvanian Mosh Pit. Hang on, I'll bring it up. Make me do work.
Yeah. I'm going to make you do work so that I can give your link to the people who are here so that if they've been enjoying the conversation, they can then go and, I don't know, follow you and shit.
I was just, I literally just thought I was going to come on, shoot the shit, and talk about nerd stuff and have fun.
I like to multitask. And if it happens to be that I can make you do a little bit of work while you're here and we can have some fun while you're doing the work, why not?
There, I put it in the
know?
private chat.
Okay, that's perfect. I can get that.
Yeah,
So if you have been enjoying the conversation, go over there, give them a follow, say hi.
And I know for a fact I sent you. You've got an open. I gave you an open invite anytime you want to come on the Transylvanian Mosh Pit and have your say on anything. I don't say. By the way, I don't save streams either. If you miss it, you missed it, because I want to be able to continue to let everybody have their voice uncensored,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't want to get dinged with anything. So we're not monetized. So literally, we show up, we have our stream, we air our grievances, we have a lot of fun too. I can tell you right now, the format goes: we bitch about the things that are bothering us that come to our attention, and then probably about halfway through the stream, we're nerding out about all the shit we love. In fact, it's funny. Soups isn't like I said, he's not a horror guy. He's not a monster guy.
Mm-hmm.
You heard my buddy Mark and I talking about H.P. Lovecraft and coming up with that stuff. And then he was, by the end of the conversation, he's like, so are we going to do a Lovecraft comic? You got any ideas? Since you said Lovecraft is in the public domain, what can we do with that?
You can do a lot with that. Lovecraft is perfect.
I was like, yeah. In fact, I pointed out to him so many things that that he didn't even realize were Lovecraft, like Ghostbusters.
Yeah. Yeah. There's so much stuff that is based on Lovecraftian lore that it is absolutely astounding when you look at it in the end of things. I mean, the man really inspired a lot of people.
He did. And you know what? Here's where I'm going to switch to how I usually kvetch on my channel. One of the things I am so sick of seeing, and it comes up all the time on Twitter, and I'm sick of seeing it, is this outright lie that Lovecraft was a racist.
Mm-hmm.
Howard, you have to understand Howard as a person, and this is, I'm talking to your audience. I'm not preaching to you, because you know.
I understand. I'm just waiting to see where I'm going to interrupt you. So,
but everybody likes to paint a lot of the wokeists like to paint this that he was a racist.
You got their favorite question is the name of it. What was the name of his cat? So
you have to understand the era in which he lived.
Yep.
And you have to understand Howard himself. Now, Howard was, as you know, and as I know, Howard was a sheltered child. He was afraid of his own shadow. And he didn't have nice things to say about blacks, because he saw them as kind of like, jungle savages. And he didn't have a lot of nice things to say about Jewish people, because Jewish people, for whatever reason, because a lot of their practices are, kept within the Jewish community. There's a little bit of, mysticism there and mystery about them.
No, there's a lot to be said about any population that exists in that in between merchant space that people of Jewish persuasion have a tendency to occupy.
Right. Well, as you know, I'm going to call him Howie, because I like calling him Howie.
He's your best friend.
He's Howie. Howie ended up marrying a Jewish woman. Plot twist for anybody listening who's not familiar with him. And Miss, Emirata will vouch for all this. So he married a nice Jewish girl, and she actually tried to get him out of his shell and coaxed him and got him out of Rhode Island. They moved to New York City. And another plot twist, he met colored people. He met black people. He met Puerto Rican people. He met Hispanics, Asians.
In New York, no.
And he admitted everything that he knew was a lie, that he was wrong. And that he, acknowledged that he was wrong on life.
Mm-hmm.
And then unfortunately they divorced, as you know. They broke up because Howie couldn't adult. He was the definition of a man-child.
Yeah.
And moved back home to Rhode Island. And I hate this, that people persist in this myth that he was this, racist when they should be celebrating the fact that, what? Yeah, he was bigoted and prejudiced, and he found the error of his ways and changed for the better. And it blows my mind that nobody wants to focus on that aspect of it. They just want to continue to promote the earlier what's the term I'm looking for here? The fake news.
I mean, you know why they do that, right?
No, I know absolutely why they do it. It's good. It's good clicks.
Oh, it's not even just that it's good clicks. It's that the fact that he changed in the era he changed in, the fact that he, as a person, grew and learned that the stuff he thought all this life, all his time, was wrong, and even came to publicly admit that to other people. That proves them wrong on every level, and they can't admit that.
Yep. Nope. Absolutely. And it sickens me because he's such a well. All right, I'm not going to say he is a phenomenal talent because you and I. So I'm quite sure you read his work. Okay, it's quite evident he was paid by the word.
Oh yeah,
it's quite evident.
Some of those words. Oh my god.
Some of those stories. I mean, he's got good ideas. His ideas are. I kind of look at him as kind of like, and you might disagree with me on this. I look at Lovecraft's writing, and I can't help but think of Steven Spielberg and George Lucas. Okay, where you have George Lucas, who is the great idea man, not so much a good script writer. Okay, so you need Lawrence Kasdan, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Empire Strikes Back, somebody who can take Lucas's ideas, put them in a script, and then you hand them over to somebody visually. That's where Spielberg comes in. Right. I feel like if Lovecraft was like the George Lucas, and I feel like he needed somebody else as like a better editor, and I think he also needed somebody that could help. If we could go a little more modern, because I know we're talking the 20s and the pulps, somebody who could visualize, his stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of his stuff based on exactly what it is difficult to visualize in general, just because it's supposed to feed into that type of horror of that stuff beyond human imagination. So, but I do understand what you're saying in terms of, some of his stories, and I think that's actually a kind of a running thing, really, among people who write Lovecraftian fiction, as they have a tendency to need a good editor and someone who can help them take this idea that they have and put it into better terms for people.
Well, I've had some ideas, like going back really quick, just backstepping here for a minute. So I did have some ideas for doing a couple different ideas for a Lovecraft comic of our own that we could put our own stamp on. But as you said, it's hard.
Yep.
It's hard to do. So finally, what the compromise was that I told Soups, I go, I'll tell you what, we've got a character. She's all her superpowers come. They're from outer space. She's space based. Which another side tangent. We are approaching with Lone Star. The space program plays a big part into it, and I want to rekindle kind of that. And it's something that we've lost in America. That proud. That sense of pride for our space program, and getting people back interested in space. So even her costume, I tried to design when we asked what does Lone Star look like, and I said I want it to look like a Saturn rocket from the 70s, but as a sexy woman. and that's pretty much the reaction I think I got from Soups.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And So we worked it in, obviously, in the color scheme. So I go red, white, and blue, patriotic, but I said space patriotic. And then he scratches his head and he's like, okay.
I want a patriotic in space.
I assured him. I go, dude, I assure you, I said it'll all make sense when you draw, and then finally picked it up. He goes, I see what you're saying. He goes, you mean emphasize more of the white? And I go, yes. Because he looked at a Saturn rocket to see what I was talking about. And
do you have any idea how bad that would sound clipped out of context?
Yeah, absolutely. So I hope nobody's gonna. Yeah,
I don't think anybody here will do that.
If
And
they
if
do,
they do, I don't care.
if they do, I deserve it. So that's all there is to it. But yeah, no. So I try to do a lot of. I try to put a lot of heavy emphasis that she is tied to space and the United States space program, and I try to instill that sense of national pride
Mm-hmm.
into it. And the fact that she's in Texas, a lot of people don't realize this. They think of Silicon Valley. A lot of people forget that there's the Silicon Prairie.
Yep.
That there is that huge tech division in Texas that helped with the space program. I mean, Texas Instruments.
Yep.
We could go on about a lot. Like I thought, including myself, I thought Texas Instruments was just like a factory. That's like a little city. It's got like its own everything.
Yeah.
It's enormous.
It's huge. It's more than just a factory. It's
yeah. No, it's yeah. So we do a lot of that with Lone Star. But anyways, those two side tangents aside, being that the character is a space-based character, I kind of like it's kind of like if like I write Superman, I would focus more on his Kryptonian, like going to the science fiction aspects of his of Kal-El and Krypton and all that stuff if I was doing Superman. So same thing with Lone Star. I try to go into the space stuff. And then I told Soups, I go, being that we're dealing with outer space, I go, I can very easily bring some Lovecraftian things from outer space into Lone Star. And it'll work flawlessly. And he's like, "You're sure?" He goes, "Because the stuff that I primarily pitched him about was the Mountains of Madness and the Call of Cthulhu itself." I said, how a lot of Lovecraft themes are archaeologists that they dig up something that man was not meant to.
Archaeologist or some kind of researcher that's looking into something that he looks just a little too far.
Yes. Yeah, and pays a price for it.
Yeah.
So he latched onto the archaeology part and he thought everything was like, ancient earth-based stuff or, oceanic. And I said, no, I said a lot of Lovecraft stuff came from space.
Color Out of Space.
Yep. Color Out of Space being one of the primary examples of it. So that was our caveat there was, I told him, I go, I'll do Lovecraft stuff. I'm like, but we'll put it in Lone Star. And I had to read like the Saturn rocket, but a woman and, the, color of the space program. I had to convince him that trust me, I know what I'm talking about. It'll work.
Well, and honestly, that kind of thing is kind of perfect for a superhero anyway. So, I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, no naughty tentacles because we're safe for work, so people don't have to worry about that.
I'm disappointed.
I'm sorry. Maybe we'll do.
See, you're just not writing stuff for me.
Maybe we'll do Lone Star goes to Japan. It's the red light district.
Maybe he hits up one of those love hotels.
Hits up and tentacle room. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that Japan would have that?
Right? That makes no sense.
I got to tell you, what's weird too about our chat tonight? I'm used to being in your shoes, and I'm seeing these because I use StreamYard, so I'm used to seeing these comments on the screen, and I keep moving my mouse over to click on them to put them on the screen to address them. And then I'm like, oh wait, I'm not the administrator. This is not my show. So it's been weird, and it's not StreamYard either. So
yeah. To top it off, it's Restream as opposed to StreamYard.
Yeah, which is So that's been funny because all these comments I'm seeing, I've been wanting to flash them because I'm used to doing that on my stream. Is I'll bring the comments up, put on, and
I stream to So you probably aren't aware of everything you're on right now, are you? Right now you're on YouTube, Rumble, Kick, Twitch, and Twitter.
Oh goodness.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be infamous after tonight. I'm gonna really get hate mail.
Yeah, there's going to be a whole 5 people who are mad at you.
Well, I told you, Book Twitter came after me under my first account. Then I rebranded as Let's Talk Vampirella.
Oops.
I don't know if you remember, if you were on Twitter when all the big comic book accounts had a Let's Talk account, like Let's Talk Superman, Let's Talk Shazam, Let's Talk.
I joined Twitter in about 2020, so unless it happened around that time, I have no clue.
This is right around the end of that trend.
And I'll be honest, I don't pay much attention to comic book Twitter.
Right. So you went. Well, there were these Let's Talk accounts that were comic book oriented, specifically to each character. And I made one called Let's Talk Vampirella. Actually, I got the attention of Dynamite, who puts out the Vampirella comics, and they actually started following me and promoting me. But then I had a parting of ways with them because they were actually mining me without compensation for Vampirella content for their comics. They were primarily cosplay models that I was finding and retweeting. Well, they would reach out to the cosplay models and hire them. That picked off my stream or off my Twitter page, and maybe I'm just being petty, but that just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. But at that point, it came out that I was a conservative account, and I was literally unfollowed by 130 accounts overnight.
Holy shit.
Yeah, the entire Let's Talk community. Because I said, I'm sorry, Captain America wouldn't punch Donald Trump. As much as you wish you would, that's not something that would really happen. I'm like,
yeah.
That's let's be like, I think Trump's an idiot when he opens his mouth, but you're being a little hyperbole with the whole equating him to Hitler. That's not, and that branded me as enemy number one. So then I rebranded as Vlad Steakums.
Christ.
And that got me. Actually, that's when I was at my peak. I was like 5,000 followers before Twitter banned me. I got into it over Magneto being Super Hitler last July. He is. Look, all right. So
I'm not disagreeing with you.
So I'm sure you have a base understanding of the character Magneto.
Very vague, yes.
Okay, so in a nutshell, obviously he was a Jew.
Mm-hmm.
He was part of the Holocaust. He was in a camp, concentration camp.
Right.
When his powers manifested, that all happened in the comics. Grew up to resent humanity because of the Nazis and the way they treated him, and Hitler. And now he hates humanity and wants humanity wiped out because he believes mutants are superior.
Right.
Does that kind of sound like somebody that had him in a concentration camp?
Like I said, I don't disagree. I just you seem to have had a lot of drama on Twitter. That's all.
No, and I do. You're totally right. I do, and I bring it on myself because I jump into these conversations, and I like to think I've got integrity, and I stand by what I say. And I'm sorry, it rubs some of the more liberal mind-centered people crazy, but believe it or not, yes, Jewish people can be bad too. Okay,
everybody.
And Magneto he's not they like to latch on to a lot of these villains because the villains excuse their shitty behavior that they engage in. That's how I see it, anyways. And,
no, you're not wrong.
And I'm sorry, Magneto he's not a good person. He is a cautionary tale. He is the whole idea of,
becoming what you hate.
Becoming what you hate. He let his hatred fester within him, and he became that which he feared and hated.
Yep.
And he's a supremacist. He hates humans. He thinks mutants are superior. So he's super Hitler. And when I said this, I got a dog pile. They got me. They tried to get me banned. The worst dog pile that I got into was when I said Dungeons and Dragons should be gate kept. That was winter. That was Christmas 2021. Lauren Walsh. You know who Lauren Walsh is?
No.
She's She's one of the main artists for 5e Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh.
She blocked me instantly. I wasn't even aware that who she even was at the time. I didn't find this out until after the fact. I just knew that there were thousands of people coming at me one night after that one innocuous comment I made. Well, Lauren Walsh, who's like one of the big artists for 5e Dungeons and Dragons, screen capped that, blocked me, and then tweeted out to all her followers.
What a bitch.
Which was like in like she had like 20,000 followers at the time, 30,000 followers. And basically said, look at this guy saying Dungeons and Dragons should be gate kept. And that onslaught lasted for the entire week of the last week of December.
Wow.
And Christmas Eve, I got about 100 different DMs hoping that I would kill myself that night. They're like, could you give us a Christmas gift and slit your throat, slit your wrists? And just lots of comments like that. But whatever, that's it, you know, I took it in stride.
Right.
I'm like, if you don't hate
at this point you have practice, so
you're right. Yes, I've had a lot of Twitter drama and I've brought a lot of it on myself, but I'm not going to change.
Nothing wrong with that.
I'm going to say what I want to say, and you know, I'm sure I've probably said stuff you disagree with at times on my feed.
I would hope so, because if there's anybody out there I agree with 100% of the time, I'm so far up their ass, I need someone to send a rescue team.
And I don't ever want to be a kiss ass to anybody either. And you know what I mean? And
yeah,
I'm going to like stuff that you're not going to like, you know, and I'm obviously, you know, vice versa.
Right. I mean, the thing for me is, as long as you can respectfully let me like what I like, I can let you like what you're like, and we can bitch about what we don't like, and then we can share what we do.
Well, I mean, you did give me shit about my characters being into STEM, so...
I mean, yeah.
No, it's all good. No.
I'm not worried. If you're upset with me, I'm... whatever.
I promise you that has been addressed. That probably we worked through that. I'm not making that mistake twice. When they tell me that they want the main character of my book to eat her own boyfriend, I know I have fucked up somewhere and need to fix it.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. And yes, you're right, Silver. I don't even agree with myself from yesterday 100% of the time. Heck, sometimes I don't even agree with myself from 10 minutes ago.
Scarlet Witch is a great, because if you like horror, Marvel back. I know you're not into comics, but I think if you were to check out the Midnight Suns, I think you would dig the hell out of it. The Midnight Suns came out in 1992, lasted until 95. It was a little imprint of their own. It was all of their supernatural horror characters. So you had Ghost Rider, a lot of the old Tomb of Dracula characters got rebranded as the Night Stalkers. In the Marvel Universe, they've got their own Necronomicon. It's called the Darkhold. When you read the pages of it, it's a monkey's paw. It'll grant you a wish, but the wish will be really fucked up, and it costs you your soul. And Scarlet Witch actually is tied into the Darkhold because she is one of two people in the Marvel Universe who can actually read it and not suffer any consequences. The other one being Doctor Strange. I think you would love the Midnight Suns because it's all horror centric.
I think the problem for me when it comes to comics, and it sounds so dumb, it's the pictures.
So in my father's wake, my cousin was up, and my cousin, by the way, she is a 61-year-old woman. Because all my cousins are 30 years older than me. I don't know how that happened.
Obviously, someone had kids 30 years ago.
They did, yeah. But she was awesome. We were talking about some of the controversies. I made a fan of She-Hulk out of her. We got to talking about She-Hulk and
nice.
Told her about the nonsense in the TV show. and she was familiar with the Bill Bixby TV show, and so she knew of the character in that aspect and made a fan of her. But then she got angry when I told her about the shenanigans Disney pulled, and
Right.
that stuff. But anyways, her and I were talking about comics, and I had some recommendations for her, and she said the exact same thing you just said. She goes, "I have a hard time following the panels."
Yeah. Well, and it's not that I have a hard time following the panels. It's because I can. I mean, I can read a comic book. The problem is, so I've been reading more manga lately, specifically Junji Ito, which I greatly enjoy. But I can buy this big, thick book and finish it in an evening. And while I will look at the pictures and I like the pictures and they look cool and the violence is neat and the blood looks nice and it looks black and white, but because it's manga. But
no, I know where you're going. Yeah.
To me, there is just something more satisfying to have it in my head, to paint the picture in my head, because while the pictures are great and the art is, in my opinion, really good, I would much rather have the art as a picture to look at as opposed to, read the words and then look at the pictures and then read the words and then look at the pictures. And
you sound like me with anime. Like I have to watch anime dubbed. When I try and watch it subtitled, it for whatever reason with animation, it makes me feel like I'm missing little details of the beautiful animation on screen.
And you see, I prefer to watch it subbed just because I prefer the more accurate translation.
And I get that.
But, yeah.
I totally get that. But yeah, no, I have to watch it dubbed. Otherwise, I would rather focus on the animation than having to keep looking down at the words.
Right.
That's why I'm seeing Godzilla tonight, because I think my friend and I want to see Godzilla, and I know that it's only subtitled. So I'm like,
yeah. And I've gotten pretty good at reading without having to look at the titles. So that helps. But it's, for me, it's like when a book you love is made into a movie, it never looks right. I mean, they can get really close. Like the Lord of the Rings trilogy is really close, except fuck Liv Tyler. But it's still not as good as when I'm reading the book.
fair enough. I can agree with that.
That's where the difficulty is for me. That's not to say that I can't enjoy. Like, I mean, I have a little collection of Junji Ito because and honestly, it's mostly because I really like his art.
Did you write Gao in there?
Huh?
Gao.
Gao.
I'm wondering if I'm pronouncing it right. I know it's spelled GYO.
I have that one somewhere, I think.
About the fish growing legs and invading Japan.
They're
like dead fish, and at one point,
I may not have that one yet. No, I haven't bought that one yet.
Shark comes out and is eating people. It's like they're like zombie fish with spider legs.
Yeah, no, I don't have that one yet. I think it's Gyo.
Yeah, it might. It might not even be Ito. I thought it was Ito.
No, it is Ito. I know, because it's one I've been meaning to buy, but I haven't.
Okay.
I haven't bought it yet. But like Uzumaki, I love that book. That's a great book. Yes, exactly, Silver. Too much Arwen, not enough Glorfindel.
Let me tell you, listeners. So comics shit the bed. And it's funny because that's why I went back to school to get my bachelor's degree. Ironically, was to write in comics. I'm sure there's some sort of cosmic joke in there somewhere. But in between when I was getting my degree, because it took me 6 years to get my degree because I was working full time trying to get my degree. So it took me a little longer. But in that time frame that I entered college and left college,
Mm-hmm.
comics had been infiltrated by the far left and turned into what they are today, and
Right.
there was no chance of me getting in. I'll tell you too, when I was shopping my novel around originally, this is why I started going by my initials, is because when I pitched to an agent, they said that while they loved the story, they loved the prose. They said I had a good command of the English language. They thought that the story was well written.
Mm-hmm.
However, they said that they were looking to represent more voices not heard from.
Yeah.
So that told me two things. Number one, they know I'm a white male. And I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
number two, how did they know that? They went to my Facebook because I
Yep.
did it by my full name. So I took my profile picture off and I go by my initials now. So I could be anybody for all they know. And they're not going to find out until they call me up on the phone.
Yeah.
So that's just, unfortunately, that's the literary world today. And that's how we have to pitch now, which is sad and unfortunate and terrible.
Well, it really is, because so many good writers. A good writer has nothing to do with your race, your sex, your orientation. It has to do with being able to write a story that anybody can identify with, not just somebody who is your race, your sex, your orientation. So,
well, my very last semester, we had a class. We had Fiction 103. Fiction 103 was basically it was a workshop, and the professor actually was really cool. I asked him at the beginning of the semester. I said, "Look, I've been writing this book, the novel that I told you about earlier." I said, "I've been
Mhm.
writing this book. It's just about finished. Do you mind if I, instead of doing the stories that we're supposed to write for assignments, can I pitch chapters? Can I use
Right.
my chapters?" And he was like, "Oh, absolutely." He goes, that sounds great." So he asked for volunteers. The first class, all these little 18-year-old kids were chicken shit. Nobody wanted to go.
Mhm.
Fuck it, I'll go first. I'm 36. Why not?
Right.
So we came in. They read my first chapter that weekend. I come into class that Tuesday. And the first thing he says is, he goes, "So everybody read Vlad's chapter," and the majority of the class was female too. Thank God. No, I'm serious. It was like 18 women to like 4 guys,
Wow.
including the professor. So, it, trust me, if there was an issue, I would have known about it then.
Mhm.
But he asked the class, he goes, "We all read Vlad's story and chapter," and they were all like, "Yeah." And they were like, he goes, "How many of you identified with the characters in it?" And just about all of them raised their hands. And
Mhm.
one of them even said, "Yeah, they felt like I was with my friends at the mall the other day." And then the professor laughed and he goes, "All right, now everybody look at Vlad." And now there I am looking like Fred Flintstone. I've got 4 days of stubble, and I'm 220 pounds.
Yeah.
So I look like the honeymooners and Jackie Gleason, and they all these college girls turn their heads and all the focus is on me. And the professor says, "Does Vlad look like a college girl to you?" And they were all like, "No." Like nobody said anything, but you could see from their expressions they were like, "The fuck is he going with this?" And then he used that to point out that anybody can write anything.
Mhm.
He goes, "I don't know about the rest of you," he said, but he goes, "I obviously thought that all these girls that were of, between the ages of 18 and 28," he said, "I believed all of them." He goes, "I think that he did a good job capturing them." And they all agreed. And that's where they all were like, "Yeah, okay." So, and then that's what I said. Does Vlad look like an 18-year-old college girl?
Mhm.
I hope I don't. But yeah, to get to your point, yes, that's exactly it. Anybody from any walk of life, from any religion, from any even political background should not matter. You should be able to write what you want to write. You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, it's like I wonder how many men actually write romantic fiction but do it under a woman's name.
I don't know about that because I got to be honest with you. So of all the genres, because I'm in so many writing groups, the people that tend to gravitate to me, that tend to be the friendliest, and that tend to want to genuinely like help one another out, you know, like you scratch my back and I'll scratch your back even harder. That have been salt of the earth, that have been super friendly and super fun to chat with, have all been the romance writers. And the romance writers, I think romance in general, I think they tend to be the most shit upon genre in literature right now.
No, it is my least favorite. So
I don't think anybody takes them seriously. I think that which to be fair, if you go to Kindle, there's a lot of garbage. I mean, there's a lot of garbage in general on Kindle, but
I mean, realistically, and I don't mean this as an insult to the majority of romance writers. It's probably it's like romance writing is like horror for movies. It's easier to get into, I think, and to be and just like horror movies, there's a lot of really bad romance out there, but the good ones are really good because they strike that primal chord within the human nature that is easier than some of the more complicated things to write. And that's that there's no shame in being able to write that, in being good at it, or even just trying it. It's a genre. It's not my preferred genre. I don't like romance in general, unless it's coming from sheep. And
I would hope so. I would hope that you would like the romance coming from your husband.
Did you mean this one, Silver, or was it the other one? Or did you put in another one? Because that's the only one I see. But yeah, so but I do, and I get the writing group thing, but that again, that's kind of an anecdotal thing. I do just deeply wonder how many men out there self-publish to oh no, we didn't see that. To publish, like self-publish out on Kindle romance, you know? Because my mother and I were just talking about it. There's a lot of really good female sci-fi and fantasy writers. But there are ones out there that started under a man's name and came out later.
The biggest one being DC Fontana on Star Trek. She had to go by DC Fontana because nobody would take her seriously under Dorothy Fontana. So I agree with you there. This is anecdotal. The majority of the romance writers, just about 90% of them that I talk to, all tend to be later middle-aged women. They all tend to be around 59, 55, between 55 and 59. And they tend to be happily married. I haven't met too many that are young and single. Believe me, I'd be looking for somebody young and single. Haven't quite found one yet. I found a couple that are in their like late 30s, early 40s, but they're married. But
that doesn't help you.
The majority of them do tend to be in their 50s, and I'm not wondering if there's something to be gleaned from that, in that maybe they tend to be better at the romance novels because they've had that experience. You know what I mean? They've had the full experience. They've gone from, dating as a young woman to, being in a serious engagement when they find this special somebody, to being, happily married and then having kids and having a family and then reaching, that twilight period, which I hope isn't across as insulting to anybody who might be of that age. But that's just my own personal anecdotal thought.
I am personally very insulted, but no, I'm not. Because I'm just old. I'm not married.
Old, not old.
We're old. Get over it.
When we are 60, we are beginning to get old.
No, we're already there. You're just gonna have to get used to it.
You and I are differing. I am not going to accept it.
I'm okay with being old. It gives me an excuse to be bitchy.
I'm going to fight it, and I'm going to continue to at least continue to be taken as a 30-year-old at the convenience store.
Oh, people are totally free to think I'm younger than I am. But the fact of the matter is being old means that when something happens that these young kids came up with, I totally have the excuse to look at them and say, Jesus Christ, I'm just too fucking old for this shit. And move on with my life and not even pretend like it affected me.
I will concede with you that on Twitter, I probably do come across, well, no, I can't say that because everybody thinks I'm like a 17-year-old on Twitter. I get that a lot. I thought you were much younger. I thought you were like somebody in their 20s. I'm like, no, I'm just insufferable.
I don't know how old people think I am just from my writing. I know people think I look younger, but I don't know how old they think I am right.
If I had to guess, I would have said around 30s, early to mid 30s. What I get taken for, I'm happy as a pig in shit anytime I hear it. I'll take it all the time. I'm
fine. I like it because the fact that I've managed to stay appearing young is a positive, despite the fact I'm old.
But we're not old yet, so when you get close to 60, then you have my permission to say you're old.
My boyfriend's a 33-year-old man. I am old. And some days he makes me feel old. Oh my God. You wouldn't think 8 years is a huge difference, but sometimes.
So funny story about college. I did date two of my classmates. One of them ended really quick, and that should have been a lesson learned.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't, because I'm a guy.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So I had the second one pursued me relentlessly. She asked me out like 2 or 3 times. I said, I'm like 15 years older than you. I'm like, no. I'm like, it's not going to work out. Now, I was getting my associates at the time. I was doing 2 programs. I was in the biology program and I was in the photography program because I had the extra to burn at the local community college. So I decided, why not? So I would help out in the photo lab. There was a woman, Deb, who I would help out. She was an older woman. She's around 60, and she was the one that maintained the lab. And the students were pigs. They would just leave everywhere. They wouldn't clean up after themselves. So I would be the one, being that I was like 36 at the time, 35 at the time. So I had a little bit of maturity.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't know from Twitter, but it's there.
You're a man, so it's surprising, yeah.
And that's surprising too. I'm a guy. But I would stick around and I would help her clean up, and put stuff away. Like, I'd lift the enlarger. The enlargers are heavy. I'd be like, Dad, look, I'll get that for you. And so I'm helping her around the lab for the semester. This girl asked me out for like the 3rd or 4th time. I turned her down. I come in to help Deb early one afternoon. I'm there early. I'm like, you need me to drag out the enlargers for you? And she crosses her arm and she props herself up right in the doorway, blocking me from going into the storeroom. And she goes, is there a problem with my daughter that
Oh shit.
that you keep turning her down? And I was like, and that was my exact reaction. Oh shit! I said, "You're her mom?" And she goes, "Yep." And I was like, "I did not know this." And she goes, "That's evident." Yeah, that turned out that was her mom, and her mom, when she told her mom, she goes, "Hey, I like an older guy that's a non-trad student." She goes, would you have any objections if I dated him?" And she was like, "Well, how much older?" She's like, "Well, I don't know. He's probably like 12 or 15 years older than me." And her mom was the same thing. Her mom said, "Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. That's way too big of an age difference." Well, I guess one day, after like the third time I turned her down, I was walking down the hallway and she was talking to her mom and I didn't see them. And she pointed me out to her. And she was like, "Mom, that's the guy that I've been bugging." And then Deb was like, "You like Vlad?" And then she's like, "Oh, yeah." Like, she goes, try and get an engagement ring out of him. He's the only guy that helps me in the lab. He's wonderful. And yeah, so then once I had that conversation, she asked me out again, and then I said yes that time. We lasted for about 6 months, and then I was like, nope, I need women my own age.
Yeah, makes sense.
Which I just thought that was a funny story because the entire time I'm turning this girl down, and then it's her mom of all people that's like,
Yeah,
no.
trying to get her to
Yeah. Yeah, that was very eye-opening, very shocking when she's like, "Is there a problem with my daughter? You keep turning her down." I'm like, "Oh shit, I'm in trouble here." It was like that Simpsons meme of, "I'm in danger."
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I will say I didn't ever expect to be dating someone that much younger than myself. But for some reason, maybe I am just abnormally immature. It works. So there are just some cultural things that you know that we find different, and cartoons and stuff that I watched that he didn't, and things that he watched that came in at the wrong time in my life for me to really be interested, like Pokemon.
Pokemon
Was just never a thing for me. Not something I was ever able to get into.
That's weird because you're only
So-
like you're only like 3 years younger than me. So Pokemon hit at the same time for me.
Right.
So I was aware of it. I was aware of it, but I was never into it either.
Right. Well, so it's not that weird. I think it has to do with it's like Harry Potter too. I was never into Harry Potter. To this day am not particularly into Harry Potter. I don't hate it. I'm just not all that interested.
Yeah,
And thankfully he's not either, but
no, I don't remember. I honestly I don't remember Harry Potter until like around 2000. To be honest with you, is when I remember hearing it everywhere.
I didn't hear anything about it until it became a movie.
Well, I mean that's when it exploded. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sailor Moon.
No, I was into Sailor. I liked watching Sailor Moon.
I used to watch Sailor Moon waiting for the bus for high school.
Right.
In the mornings. That's where I make that association with Sailor Moon in high school.
Right. And I'd watch Dragon Ball Z too. So, or Dragon Ball, whichever one was on TV when I got home from school.
Yeah,
so
that would have been that would have been Dragon Ball Z. That's another one. Everyone's like, because I became a huge, so you watch anime then, obviously, yes?
Yeah, some not as much as some other people, but I have casually enjoyed anime.
So back when I was a kid, back when I was just getting into comics, so this would have been 1992 going into 1993, was when the X-Men cartoon came out.
Mm-hmm, I remember that.
That's what sparked my interest in superhero comics. But prior to that, I didn't have any interest in it. I did get some Transformer comics from my grandmother growing up and some G.I. Joe comics. to Marvel's credit, this was when Jim Shooter was running the company. His motto was always aim higher target audience. So those comics, even though they were tie toy-ins, well, first of all, I missed Transformers by a couple years. Transformers was on its way out when I was old enough to appreciate it, you know, for being a toy.
You see, I liked Transformers a lot.
The comics for G.I. Joe and the Transformers were above my head. I didn't understand them.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Like they
I
were
like the cartoons, so yeah.
They were all, yeah, I knew the cartoon and reruns. But because those 80s cartoons,
Mm-hmm.
80s cartoons, they lasted like all the way into like 94, 95.
Yeah.
Reruns, you know what I mean? Like they got a lot of, even though the toy lines were long abandoned, they got a lot of like replay value
yeah,
out of those cartoons. Sci-Fi Channel, I remember playing Transformers right up until, oh God, I want to say 2000, until like the new Transformers series started.
Really?
Yeah, like Sci-Fi Channel, they recycled a bunch of those old cartoons. But yeah, no, that's when I started. That's when I took an interest in superhero comics. Is when X-Men and Batman the Animated Series came out.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I was dabbling in something that was brand new. And this is speaking to to our generation when I say this.
Right.
Japanimation.
Right. Yeah. Back when they called it that. Yeah.
If somebody wants to take that out of context and paint me as, you know, anti-Japanese bigot, they're more than welcome to. But
go for it.
In our day, it was Japanimation. That was the big term for it. And it
was animation from Japan.
And we didn't have manga. We had those Viz. Back when Viz was a little tiny company, we had those little comic where they took the manga and they resized it to standard comic format.
Oh shit, I can't remember those.
And they cut like 3/4 of the manga out so that you got a comic book sized version of it. I got the Pokemon #1 still in my collection here, just because I thought that would be worth something. I think it's worth less than cover price because there's so many of them now. But go figure. But I started to dip my toes into Japanese animation. And the problem is when you're that age and you're still living on an allowance from your parents, you know, a $20, $30 VHS tape, that takes you a couple weeks to save up for, #1. And then #2, you didn't get that much bang for your buck. You got maybe 1 or 2 episodes on a VHS tape of a series that was like, you know, 30 episodes. Every once in a while, you got lucky and you found like a movie or something. But again, to go back to make us sound old, which I resent you now for this. So you probably remember my struggle was also your struggle. Yeah, the I don't know what you had in your area. Did you have Coconuts or FYE or Saturday Matinee? The big movie stores that sold like VHS tapes.
We had something called Hastings, which was both a rental and videotape buying place.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard of it. So okay. We had here on the East Coast, we had
I think we also had a Sam
Goodies, yep.
Yeah.
We had Coconuts and Saturday Matinee, which ended up folding and becoming FYE. The current iteration is FYE. Saturday Matinee was a big one. So we would have to go to the animation section, as you know.
Yep.
We have to look at our anime tape that we wanted to buy because we didn't quite have the internet yet. And the magazines were really, really, well, they're still really expensive. But back then to a kid with an allowance, they were cost
really
prohibitive.
Expensive. Oh, yeah.
So you didn't have the magazines to go by. You had to look at that VHS tape. You had to really study those shitty thumbnails on the back of the box and the blurb to see if it was something, because every buy was a blind buy and you didn't, you know, you had to make damn sure. That's actually, ironically, one of my favorite series, Robotech. I discovered Robotech because that was a steal at the time for animation, because those tapes were $15 and you got 6 episodes on a tape.
Damn.
Onto a tape. So to somebody like me who was a penny pincher, that was like, yeah, I'm gonna go with Robotech. That'll be my Japanese animation. So I think I had a collection of like 3 or 4 tapes, and then I quit because it was just too expensive.
Yeah.
Kid on allowance. Comic books filled that gap because for that same price for those VHS tapes at the time, I could pick up the majority of what I liked from either Marvel or DC, either one. I mean, I could do both if I stuck to my favorites. Like if I picked up some of the Batman books, some of the Spider-Man books, and that would leave me enough allowance left over that I could, experiment with something else. Like, all right, I'll give Hulk a try, or I'll give Spawn a try, because Image was big at the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like comics were more bang for my entertainment buck, and they ended up becoming my hobby. Cut to 2015, I've quit comics because they all suck. Between 2015 and 2020, I was searching for something new in entertainment. And I went back to anime because now as an adult with my own income, what little I could afford for disposable income, anime was now affordable to me. And what's wonderful about anime is that anime didn't change. Anime was exactly where it was when I left it 25, 30 years ago.
Just more episodes.
Just more episodes, more series, and obviously the women got a little. Well, I want to say the women got a little more undressed, but let's be real, they were undressing as much back then too.
Yeah, pretty much.
They just weren't catering it to it was marked 18, whereas now it's not anything goes, but they're a little more lax with some of the stuff.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, and the context is given too.
Well, you understand more of the context to some degree as well.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, but yeah, anime for the most part was still anime. It had not been westernized. It was, you know what I mean. It was it was, I don't want to sound like I'm getting teary-eyed or anything about this, but it was that one entertainment hobby form that, like I said, it was unchanged and it was still there waiting for me to come back to it.
Yep.
That's how it felt. And that's been my primary passion for the past couple of years, has been building up my anime collection. I'm not as much into the manga because I don't like reading right to left. Because I know
that doesn't bother me at all.
I can't get used to it. It's kind of like the whole thing with subtitles. I've got some titles. I've got some titles up in my collection, but my manga collection is minuscule compared to what I've got in anime.
I will say occasionally I catch myself and I'm like, well, that didn't make sense. Oh, I'm reading it backwards. That's why.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a little bit of a learning curve to get used to. Maybe this is me showing my age. I'm just not prepared to do it. So I, unless a manga really like, because I'm a huge paleontology dinosaur freak. I love dinosaurs. So there's a manga series called Dinosaur Sanctuary. That's kind of like it's like what if Jurassic Park was real, and it's all about like the day-to-day zookeepers that look after them. And the dude that's drawing it is also he's a huge paleo nerd, so everything in it's like 100% science accurate to the time. Nice. So I've been reading that, but exactly as you said, there are times where I'm like, yeah, wait, what? No, this doesn't. Oh, I messed the panels up. Okay, I got to go back this way because I'm not used to reading right to left. I'm used to reading the American way, left to right, the real way.
All right. Well, I'm being told it's time to go to bed. So
I feel bad because I feel like I've occupied the majority of your stream.
Oh, no, trust me, it is just fine.
I will never have this guy on again.
No, it's literally, I am probably strange in that I have no problems letting other people talk forever. I enjoy having the conversation and I enjoy listening to other people talk. As long as I can get my words in edgewise occasionally, I'm happy. So, yeah. No, we'll definitely be on together. I'll probably pop on your show at some point and I'm kind of thinking I might do this again. I'm trying to decide how I want to do this because I've always I've wanted to do my own little thing for a little bit now, but I haven't decided how. But I think I might have made up my mind in some ways. I just need
I know
some.
you.
Huh?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I know you did your like wicked long Halloween stream.
Oh yeah.
And I wanted to jump in on that, but it seemed like you had a full crowd that night, and yeah, it was pretty epic. But I was aware of it. I was aware.
It was a good time. It was a good time. I'll have to do another one of those sometime, but not now.
Obviously. Yeah, I've got to be up too. I've got some stuff going on tomorrow that is going to require my attention, plus work. One of the things I don't work in. I'm not going to say what I do because I didn't realize I'm streaming to so many people, and I probably said too much about myself as it is already.
I think it'll be okay.
I don't. The writing that's beer money right now. That's not my occupation. It's not my day job, but
it's not the full-time job yet.
It's no, it's not. Ironically, of all the things, it's I work in science. I'll just leave it that I work in science.
Cool. I like science.
Anybody that knows me,
cool.
Anybody, that's another reason why I was passionate about my characters being into STEM is because I'm into STEM, and that's what I work.
And that makes them easier to write.
It does. It really. In fact, I've had a lot of people be like, "Do you work in a lab because like your characters get like everything right?" And I'm like, I'm going to plead the fifth on that.
This isn't a self-insert, I swear. I'm a man.
No. Yeah.
But, I mean, people write what they know. I don't care what anybody says. You can tell a lot about the writer from their writing.
I know pretty smart girls. I'm not going to lie about that. I'll be honest. I based a couple of my main characters on my exes.
Nothing wrong with that.
They left the mark. Out of all my exes, 7 of them all work in very prestigious levels in STEM.
Nice. Well, congratulations to them. Anyway, so we seriously are going to wrap up. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I have given you... Actually, I'm going to put that in there one more time for those of you who are... oops. There we go. For those of you who are around, go ahead and give the fellow a follow. Go listen to them.
Oh, that's way too kind of you.
Do the nice things. Or go harass them. I'm really ambivalent in that case.
You didn't have to do that, but I bless you for doing that anyway. Fledgling.
Yeah, I mean, I like to help people when I can. So,
but I've told you before, you've got an open invite to come onto my stream.
Yeah, I'll have to do that sometime for sure. But yeah, so we're gonna go get some sleep. Y'all are gonna have lovely dreams and all that other fun stuff. I'll be around tomorrow. We're supposed to play Neverwinter Nights with my friend Darylyn, and Robust and Sheep is going to join us. And yeah, that's tomorrow. I don't know what I'm doing Saturday or Sunday. I'll figure out Sunday when Sunday comes. Anyway, everybody have a good night. I need to learn how to wrap up better. And I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Bye.
Oh, thanks for having me on.
Thank you for coming.